Hello, hello. I need to... For some reason, my video capture is not grabbing. Let's see if I can't flip it. There it is. Fixing shit. We are back. Book club is back. We will be grabbing Doodle momentarily once I fix my stuff. Fix my face. Fix my everything. We are about to do Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. It has been a long time coming. We have taken quite the hiatus. Life has happened. Things have happened. But we are back. And it is going to be great. Let us see if we can find the Doodle. And we have the Doodle.
Whoa! Oh, I hear people. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. Where have you been?
Oh my goodness.
I miss your face.
I hear people. This is crazy.
There are people in this world, Doodle.
There are people that don't exist other than me.
It is. It's a thing. I've
That's
missed you.
I've missed you too.
Oh, it's been so long.
Ghosts are very busy in October for various reasons. So I couldn't be around too much.
Well, I'm glad your spooky season is over, and now we can commence with Harry Plopper and the Snake in the Box.
I only I only have one more spooky thing I have to do, and that's to scare an old man into giving to charity, basically later. But that's not until December, so it's all good.
Oh, you can do that. You're fine.
Yeah, it's not until December. I just gotta wait until like right before Christmas, and then me and a couple of my buddies, we just go to this guy and we just scare the crap out of him. It's great.
Excellent. I thoroughly condone the scaring the crap out of the peoples.
And I'm like, since I'm the tiniest one, I usually take him into his past, and I scare him with existential stuff. It's great.
Existential dread, the best kind.
Existential dread, where he's like, oh, I had a girlfriend and I lost her, and I can't believe I did that.
Well, I mean, woe is me.
And then this weird, like, Muppet with a long nose and a rat, like, start talking after a while. I don't know who they are, but...
And there's some ice-skating penguins. We're not exactly sure where they came from.
Penguins. Some guy is really enthusiastic about America, even though technically this guy is always living in England, but we're not going to talk about that either. And then I got to watch this kid die. It's great.
Oh, I'm sure the watching the kid die part is not exactly great.
It's fine, because he doesn't actually die. It's just a vision of what could be.
Poor Tiny Tim.
Poor Tiny Tim. I didn't say names. I don't know who you're talking about. I'm not saying names. I must respect their privacy.
I would neither confirm nor deny the statement that was just previously made.
Exactly.
So, we've got it. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
Harry Potter. I like your title, Barry. Harry Potter and the Snake in the Box.
Harry Potter and the Snake in the Box. The snake is actually not in the box. We'll discover where the snake is, but at 10-4, it is not in a box.
Well, it's saying it's in a chamber isn't exactly.
Isn't exactly, secret either. We've got the fancy bookmark this time. It says, it was as though they had been plunged into a fabulous dream. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, US version, page 71. Gorgeous bookmark with the tassel with a metal owl on it. That's the back. That's the front. Come on, woman. Learn your directions. Jesus.
It's okay. It's okay. We have faith in you.
No, I wouldn't.
And I have the beautiful cover up, and then very quietly in the background, I'm going to be playing the soundtrack to Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, and I'm going to hope and pray that I don't get DMCA'd. But if I play it really quietly,
maybe it won't pick it up.
Yeah, I'm figuring I'm thinking if we're talking the whole time behind it, then like I figure the machine won't pick it up, and if it does, well, there's like not a lot of people watching me, so it's fine.
I have some Chill Step playing in the background. I've got my Slytherin backdrop going again. Pulled that out, dusted it off.
Oh, that's awesome. I have my Hufflepuff wallpaper.
Is that the one that I gave you?
Yes, it is.
It is still in my folder. I was like, oh look, I remember that. I gave that to Doodle once when he was still my friend.
Oh, am I not anymore?
You abandoned me, Doodle.
You abandoned me too. You could have texted me.
Yeah, we all had stuff happening.
I was so lonely in that house all by myself, killing that one person over and over again who couldn't not call my name.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Moving.
I was like tried doing a Phasmophobia reference, but I like Beetlejuice.
Panda, I'm gonna need you to stop booing my Slytherin. Thank you.
No, Slytherin is just a misunderstood house that just happened to have a lot of racists in it for a long while.
Very much so.
Well, I mean, uber racist. All the I still stand by what I say. All wizards are racist.
Well, we had this conversation, and yes, all wizards are racist.
All wizards. All wizards.
All of them.
Matter. All of them. They use the term Muggle, and that is a racist term. They refuse to use technology. Again, I refer back to the ballpoint pen. I have been harping on this with all my friends who will listen, and they're getting a little sick of it. I'm so glad we're doing this.
This is the book club where we start talking about what we're going to read, and then we don't actually get to chapter 1 for another 35 minutes because we're ranting about ballpoint pens. This is just what happens.
Ranting and reminiscing about Harry Potter the Flag with googly eyes, and Voldemort also has googly eyes, and I keep thinking about
Dumbledore
that
has pumpkin pasties.
Pumpkin pasties, literally. Not the treat kind, but the nipple kind.
The nipple kind. It's the Harry Potter, the googly eyes.
The stems are tassels.
I'm okay. I don't need an adult. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Everything
Harry
is
Potter
fine.
And the oh no, these people are back again.
Yeah, Harry Potter and the oh shit. This is not your parents' book club.
Oh no. Truth be told, if this were my parents' book club, we wouldn't be having book club. We just would be eating. That's it.
You know, I may or may not have an entire bottle of pop sitting next to me. I have my sippy cup with a straw. I am prepared. I have a bottle of water.
I'm trying to figure out if I want to eat something again. Like, my wife was like, oh, I'm going to get Carl's Jr. Do you want something? And I'm like, Carl's Jr. sounds too heavy for me right now. I have Mountain Dew, by the way, Panda. I used to hate Mountain Dew, and then I got married. And my wife loves Mountain Dew.
Married?
No, literally. Like, my wife loves Mountain Dew, and I was like, well, let me try it again. I haven't really tried it, and then I kept trying it. I'm like, oh, crap, this is my favorite now.
I don't like Mountain Dew. It makes Panda big sad. Trying to remedy that problem.
Well, I know, but just, now that Panda's in the chat and your sister Panda likes Mountain Dew, I'm not going to say much more than that, but
you should get married.
I mean,
that's Doodle's solution. You don't like Mountain Dew, just get married. You're fine.
Get married. It's easy. It's easy.
Fine.
Get married, stay married for like, a month or a week is how long it took me, I think, and boom, you're done.
That's it? That's all I gotta do is a week? What?
A week and your tastes totally change. It is so bizarre.
I can handle a week.
I could handle it. I handled the week pretty well. Going on like 3 or 4 years now. I mean, 4 years technically in June, but still 3. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, just be forewarned. Hitting the Alt F4 button on one of those is really difficult. You can't just Alt F4 one. It
no,
requires some paperwork.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Not to be that guy, but I do think that we're in a pretty good place right now. I hope, anyways. I hope we're in a good place, unless like Foxfire's like, secretly I hate this guy. I'm just marrying him for the tax benefits.
Secret. Damn
like,
it.
we've been friends for over 10 years, but actually living with him is terrible. So
he leaves the toilet seat up.
I don't do that actually.
He doesn't share the coffee crisp.
We don't eat coffee actually. Eat coffee?
Yeah.
Oh.
Doodle.
Well, we don't drink it either. Let me say that. I don't think anyone could hate you, Doodle, is what Panda just said, and I would like to say you are wrong, sir. So wrong. Well, okay, maybe now I'm a fairly likable person, but I was actually awful in junior high. I was a terrible, terrible judgmental person, and I hate that little me. I wish that little me. I want to kick that little me across the soccer field.
I want to cause that little me some serious amounts of damage.
Like I was a bully in junior high, and I feel terrible about it now, obviously, and I have since apologized to the people I was mean to, but like, oh my gosh. So like, I regret my life.
I regret some life choices.
I regret my life. No, I regret life choices for sure.
Well, little housekeeping. We have a new Streamloots goal going on. If I sell 100 packs, it's tattoo time.
Oh, what tattoo are you gonna get?
It's a tattoo right down the inside of my forearm. It says, "Don't let the hard days win."
Oh, I was gonna say, are you gonna get Harry Potter with googly eyes? That should be a tattoo you need to get now.
Oh, don't worry, it's on the list. It's about 8 miles long. Panda's gonna.
Tramp stamp.
I think sound alerts are still down. I tried fiddle fucking with them today and they failed miserably.
I should get some of these. But I'm just saying.
Panda plays I'm adorable and I secretly know it.
And I secretly know it. I'm very much adorable and it sickens me.
It sickens me. I am not adorable, contrary to others' opinions.
Oh, you are. Actually, no, I cannot call you adorable. You're cool in my eyes. You are just like so cool in my eyes. And I feel like...
Have you seen my new haircut?
Yes, you showed it to me. It looks awesome.
Yeah, I shaved half my head.
You look...
I just...
This is gonna sound weird. You look really contemporary. Like, and I mean that... that sounds like neither insult nor a compliment, but I do mean it as a compliment. Like, you look very chic. Almost, especially in that photo that you sent me. It looks really good.
So, tomorrow is another big thing.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to have metal shoved through my face.
No, no, please, no.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
No. Owie, it's owie.
You don't have to do it. I'm going.
I'm not saying I don't have to do it, but I can feel it now. I'm phobic of needles, like in any capacity.
Oh, so am I. And I'm going without an adult.
Oh, don't do it. Just don't do it. You're welcome, Panda. Don't. It's not worth it. I've heard it's not worth it. I've also heard it is worth it, but it's not worth it.
I had my tongue pierced at one point. If I can handle that, I can handle...
No. Oh, I'm gonna cry.
I broke down. We're not even an hour in. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you assume that I'm not already broken. This week has been weird and rough and awful.
I have heard. This hat is bothering me.
Panda, no, your eyebrow cannot. No.
I've already confirmed the eyebrow can happen. Therefore, your opinion in this is kind of invalid.
I know it can happen. I just don't like imagining it happening. I have a rough enough time with vaccinations going in one part. I hate the thought of something going out the other end.
I'm getting my nose done.
No, that hurt. In case viewers can't tell, I'm not exactly the, shall we say, adventurous.
I am the yin to Doodle's yang.
Everybody else is out there, like, arguing, I like coffee, I like tea, and I'm just sitting in the corner with, like, my chocolate has sprinkles in it.
Doodle is the Disney character, like the animated Disney sidekick to my villain. Like, you're the one over there going, you really shouldn't be doing this, and I'm like, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
You're not the villain. I consider you the Maui, and I'm Hey Hey.
Doodle, will you be my Hey Hey?
I told that to somebody one time, and they were like, "Are you saying you're Moana?" And I'm like, "No, I'm Hey Hey."
Coconut on your head as I stick you in the bottom of the boat. Stop wandering off to find a boat. God damn it!
I'm potentially also Pua, just absent for the entire adventure.
Right? Just.
I'm set up to be a very adorable animal companion that will follow you everywhere, and then
doesn't follow you because the water is bad.
Gone.
Instead, we get the lead paint drinking chicken.
I think that was the best bait and switch Disney has ever done in their life.
Not gonna lie, it was great. Just like in Frozen 2, my favorite little animal sidekick was the fire spirit, the little lizard. Yes, I freaking loved that little gecko lizard. I don't know why. It makes me smile. There's giggling involved. It's horrible. We have drifted so far from reading this book. We need to drift back.
I just want to say one more thing. They're making a bunch of Olaf shorts where, you know, that part in number 2 where Olaf is like recapping the entire plot of Frozen 1 in like 30 seconds.
Yes.
He's doing that, but he's doing that with other Disney movies.
Oh,
so, like,
God.
Little Mermaid.
I'm
Tangled,
here for it.
Like, yes, I need that.
I need it.
And
yes.
Simpsons and Disney characters are apparently doing a crossover. It would like.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. We're gonna have to, hold on to the underwear and see what happens. Who wants chapter 1? The worst
want chapter 1.
You want it? It is yours.
Oh, it's the worst part?
The worst birthday.
Oh, I thought you were saying it's the worst part. And I'm like,
no.
It's the worst part of this book? I don't know. I don't remember it being that bad.
No. My green screen is on drugs, guys. Oh. It's fine.
Crap.
What?
Well, I have chapter 1, and Panda has just redeemed Uwu mode.
God, he did that on purpose, Panda. Remind me to kill you later.
He said, let's start this off right. Okay, everybody.
He's in my chat. He's like told you it would happen. He warned me about this days ago. I'm
like, why couldn't you have did any of the other ones? I could have read this as Waluigi for you, but no, you had to be...
It makes me die. I have to mute my mic. Chat, I'm still here, but I will be muted because Doodle's ooh voice causes me to giggle snort, and it is not at all attractive.
Well then, chat, you've got me for 5 minutes being a cute little cat boy, okay? Little cat ghost. Here we go. 5 minutes on the clock, starting now. Ooh. Chapter 1, the worst birthday. Not for the first time, an argument had broken out over breakfast at number 4 Privet Drive. You aren't muted, Kwasi. You aren't muted at all. Mr. Vernon Dursley had been woken in the early hours of the morning by a loud hooting noise from his nephew Harry's room. Third time this week, Uwu, he whirled across the table. If you can't control that owl, it'll have to go. Harry tried yet again to explain. She's bored, Uwu, he said. She's used to flying around outside. If I could just let her out at night. Do I look stupid? Uwu, snarled Uncle Vernon, a bit of fried egg dangling from his bushy mustache. Oh, well, I know what'll happen if I let that owl's let out. He exchanged dark looks with his wife, Petunia. Harry tried to argue, but his words were drowned by a long, loud belch from the Dursley-stunned Dudley. I want more bacon, ooh. There's more in the frying pan, sweetums, oh well, said Aunt Petunia, turning misty eyes on her massive son. We must build you up while we've got the chance. I don't like the sound of that school food. Nonsense, Petunia. I never went hungry when I was at Smeltings, said Uncle Vernon heartily. Dudley gets enough, oh well, don't you, son? Dudley, who was so large, his bottom drooped over either end of the kitchen chair, grinned and turned to Harry. Pass the frying pan. You've forgotten the magic word, Uwu, said Harry irritably. The effect of this simple sentence on the rest of the family was incredible. Dudley gasped and fell off his chair with a crash that shook the whole kitchen. Mrs. Dursley gave a small scream and clapped her hands to her mouth. Mr. Dursley jumped to his feet, veins throbbing, Uwu, in his temples. I meant please, said Harry quickly. I didn't mean, what have I told you? Thundered his uncle, spraying spit over the table, about saying the M word in our house. But how dare you threaten Dudley, ooh, roared Uncle Vernon, pounding the table with his fist. I warned you. I will not tolerate mention of your abnormality under this roof, ooh. Harry stared from his purple-faced uncle to his pale aunt, who was trying to heave Dudley to his feet. Oh, whoa. All right, said Harry. All right. Uncle Vernon sat back down, breathing like a winded rhinoceros, and watched Harry closely out of the corners of his small, sharp eyes. Ever since Harry had come home for the summer holidays, Uncle Vernon had been treating him like a bomb that might go off any moment, ooh, because Harry Potter wasn't a normal boy. As a matter of fact, he was as not normal as it was possible to be. Oh, whoa. Harry Potter was a wizard fresh from his first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And if the Dursleys were unhappy to have him back for the holidays, it was nothing to how Harry felt. Somebody is gonna come into my stream and wonder why the crap this weirdo is reading the Harry Potter book like this. And I'm
I
going to
am
feel
not
very
okay.
sad.
I am not okay.
Now I worry what will happen if Waluigi is selected. He missed Hogwarts so much. It was like having a constant stomach ache. How much time is left? Oh my gosh, 1 minute. He missed the castle with its secret passageways and ghosts, his classes, though perhaps not Snape, the potions master, the mail arriving by hour, eating banquets in the Great Hall, sleeping in his four-poster bed in the Tower Dormitory, visiting the gamekeeper Hagrid in his cabin next to the Forbidden Forest underground, and excuse me, especially Quidditch, the most popular sport in the wizarding world. 6 tall goalposts, 4 flying balls, and 14 players on broomsticks, oh no. All Harry's spellbooks, his wand, robes, cauldron, and top of the wine when Nimbus 2000 broomstick
Please
had been
don't ever
locked in
say
a
4
cupboard
flying
under the
balls with the
stairs.
Ulu voice again.
My Uncle Vernon, the instant Harry had come home, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little broken after that one. Time. Okay.
Holy shit.
Give me like 2 seconds.
Yeah, please don't ever say flying balls with the Ulu voice again.
Compose myself.
I'm okay.
I'm very much not okay. My face is like cherry red right now.
Oh, I'm so glad I muted my mic. I'm over here fucking dying. Oh, I'm okay. Guys, it's fine. Everything is fine.
Panda. I love you too, but Panda. You picked the worst chapter, I think, to do that on. That
4 flying balls in the Ubu voice is not okay.
Panda says, so want to know something terrible. I have a feeling you're gonna tell me anyway, so go ahead.
Oh my god.
I have this awful feeling that there were many clips. My groceries arrived, so I missed most of it. Okay, you know what? That's fine. That is just fine. Wait, no, you don't. How many points do you have?
Oh, Doodle.
Classic, I fear for my life right now.
Well, I'm sorry, I take no responsibility for what he does or doesn't do at this point.
You like dive into my chat again.
I can't breathe. Oh. Talking about his fat hanging over the chair in Uwu, and I friggin' lost it.
I guess you'll find out how many points I have soon enough, and I have a feeling that this book club episode is going to be very clippable.
4 flying balls in Uwu was not okay.
4 flying balls in Uwu was not. I broke it. 14 players on broomsticks.
Yeah, you did. I was like, oh no, he's gonna lose it. He's gonna lose it.
I could kind of be like, 4 flying balls. Yeah, no, it's okay. It says now to put my groceries away. You go do that, buddy. You go do that, and I'm gonna read through this chapter now very quickly. It's Classic's turn, and it'll be Classic's turn for a second. Okay, I think.
Are you good now? Are we okay?
I don't think I'll ever be okay after that.
No.
But
it's okay. It only gets worse. Just wait till
my life has fundamentally changed after that.
We will never be okay.
There is pre-AWO and or pre-FFB and post-FFB. FFB obviously standing for 4 flying balls.
Oh. Well, yeah. Let's get through this chapter before you get into some trouble when he's done putting his groceries away.
Twitch, if you're watching this.
I'm sorry.
All, fine.
We're good.
All Harry's spellbooks, his wand, robes, cauldron, and top-of-the-line Nimbus 2000 broomstick had been locked in a cupboard under the stairs by Uncle Vernon the instant Harry had come home. What did the Dursleys care if Harry lost his place on the house Quidditch team because he hadn't practiced all summer? What was it to the Dursleys if Harry went back to school without any of his homework done? The Dursleys were what wizards called muggles, not a drop of magical blood in their veins. And as far as they were concerned, having a wizard in the family was a matter of deepest shame. Uncle Vernon had even padlocked Harry's owl Hedwig inside her cage to stop her from carrying messages to anyone in the wizard world. Harry looked nothing like the rest of the family. Uncle Vernon was large and
Uncle Virgin! Doodle! The fuck? Are you okay?
Post FFB, my dear, post FFB.
Fuck. I'm okay.
I would say he's a virgin if it weren't for the fact that they had a small pig, Dudley.
Not the cute, adorable Disney kind either.
No.
Why is my green screen on drugs?
Because it too is trying to recoil from
4 flying balls.
from FFB, as it shall constantly be known on my stream now.
FFB. Oh.
I will not be saying 4 flying balls because I do try and keep most of my streams family friendly, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
I may need to drop an FFB every now and then, just to remind everybody of
where
what
we
they
came
were
from.
Of what they were missing.
Of our origins.
Like,
Googly
guys,
eyes, paste. Book club
is crazy.
You need to put book club behind an adult warning because this gets messy.
I probably should. I might need to change that later, but you know what? We're already how long into this? It's too late now.
It's too late now. There's no going back.
Although the movies gloss over all of this stuff, by the way. I'm like, they should mention that Uncle Vernon
is
a dick to animals. Like, oh yes, let's lock the owl in a cage all summer. That's fine.
That sounds reasonable.
Plus, like, wizards are supposed to keep their existence a secret, and these guys are like, oh, we must make sure nobody knows. And Harry's like, I'm trying to do that already.
He's like, I've got this.
Like, you guys, I will not tell anybody. If I do, I get in trouble worse than you guys can dish out. Why are you?
Why are you the way you are?
They are the only family where I'm like, yeah, you can call him Muggle. It's fine.
Right.
Can that just be a Dudley term? A Dursley term?
Dursley term. Okay.
Dudley Dursey?
We need to move on from Uncle Virgin.
But Dudley Dursley, I just realized that. Oh, they hate their child.
Yeah.
They hate their child so
I love
much.
that I have thought all this through for years, for decades, and you're now just going, they hated him, and I'm like, dude, yeah. Like
they say they love them, but they set him up for failure from the beginning with a name like Dudley Dursley. Gosh. Oh, I love alliteration. Well, with a name like Dursley, you shouldn't.
Okay, moving on from Uncle Virgin.
Aunt Petunia was horse-faced and bony. Dudley was blonde, pink, and porky. Harry, on the other hand, was small and skinny, with brilliant green eyes and jet black hair that was always untidy. He wore round glasses, and on his forehead was a thin, lightning-shaped scar. It was a scar that made Harry so particularly unusual, even for a wizard. This scar was the only hint of Harry's very mysterious past, of the reason he'd been left on the Dursley's doorstep 11 years ago. At the age of 1 year old, Harry had somehow survived a curse from the greatest dark sorcerer of all time, Lord Voldemort, whose name most witches and wizards still feared to speak. Harry's parents had died in Voldemort's attack, but Harry had escaped with his lightning scar, and somehow, nobody understood why, Voldemort's powers had been destroyed the instant he had failed to kill Harry. So Harry had been brought up by his dead mother's sister and her husband. He had spent 10 years with the Dursleys, never understanding why he kept making odd things happen without meaning to, believing the Dursley story that he had got his scar in the car crash that had killed his parents. And then, exactly a year ago, Hogwarts had written to Harry, and the whole story had come out. Harry had taken up his place at Wizard School where he and his scar were famous. But now the school year was over, and he was back with the Dursleys for the summer, back to being treated like a dog that had been rolled in something smelly. The Dursleys hadn't even remembered that today happened to be Harry's 12th birthday. Of course, his hopes hadn't been high. They'd never given him a real present, let alone a cake. But to ignore it completely... At that moment, Uncle Vernon cleared his throat importantly and said, "Now, as we all know, today is a very important day." Harry looked up, hardly daring to believe it. "This could well be the day I make the biggest deal of my career," said Uncle Vernon. Harry went back to his toast. Of course, he thought bitterly. Uncle Vernon was talking about the stupid dinner party. He'd been talking of nothing else for 2 weeks. Some rich builder and his wife were coming to dinner, and Uncle Vernon was hoping to get a huge order from him. Uncle Vernon's company made drills. By the way, hello Huffles. Welcome to reading time. I think we should run through the schedule one more time," said Uncle Vernon. "We should all be in position at 8 o'clock. Petunia, you will be in the lounge," said Aunt Petunia promptly, "waiting to welcome them graciously to our home." Good, good. And Dudley? "We'll all be waiting to open the door." Uncle Dudley put on a foul, simpering smile. "May I take your coats, Mr. and Mrs. Mason?" "Oh, they'll love him," cried Aunt Petunia rapturously. "Excellent, Dudley," said Uncle Vernon. Then he rounded on Harry. "And you?" "I'll be in my bedroom, making no noise and pretending I'm not there," said Harry tonelessly. "Exactly," said Uncle Vernon nastily. "I will lead them into the house, introduce you, Petunia, and pour them drinks. At 8:15, I'll announce dinner," said Aunt Petunia. "And Dudley, you'll say, 'May I take you through the dining room, Mrs. Mason?'" said Dudley, offering his fat arm to an invisible woman. "My perfect little gentleman," sniffed Aunt Petunia. "And you?" said Uncle Vernon viciously to Harry. "I'll be in my room, making no noise and pretending I'm not there," said Harry dully. "Precisely. Now, we should aim to get in a few good compliments at dinner. Petunia, any ideas?" "Oh, Vernon tells me you're a wonderful golfer, Mrs. Mason. Do tell me where you bought your dress, Mrs. Mason." "Perfect. Dudley?" "How about we had to write an essay about our hero at school, Mr. Mason, and I wrote about you." This was too much for both Aunt Petunia and Harry. Aunt Petunia burst into tears and hugged her son, while Harry ducked under the table so they couldn't see him laughing. "And you, boy?" Harry fought to keep his face straight as he emerged. I'll be in my room, making no noise and pretending I'm not there," he said. "Too right you will," said Uncle Vernon forcefully. "The Masons don't know anything about you, and it's going to stay that way. When dinner's over, you take Mrs. Mason back to the lounge for coffee, Petunia, and I'll bring this subject around to drills. With any luck, I'll have the deal signed and sealed before the news at 10. We'll be shopping for a vacation home in Majorca this time tomorrow." Harry couldn't feel too excited about this. He didn't think the Dursleys would like him any better in Majorca than they did on Privet Drive. "Right, I'm off into town to pick up the dinner jackets for Dudley and me. And you," he snarled at Harry, "you stay out of your aunt's way while she's cleaning." Harry left through the back door. It was a brilliant sunny day. He crossed the lawn, slumped down on the garden bench, and sang under his breath, "Happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me." No cards, no presents, and he would be spending the evening pretending not to exist. He gazed miserably into the hedge. He had never felt so lonely. More than anything else at Hogwarts, more even than playing Quidditch, Harry missed his best friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. They, however, didn't seem to be missing him at all. Neither of them had written to him all summer, even though Ron said he was going to ask Harry to come and stay. Countless times, Harry had been on the Harry had been on the point of unlocking Hedwig's cage by magic and sending her to Ron and Hermione with a letter, but it wasn't worth the risk. Underage wizards weren't allowed to use magic outside of school. Harry hadn't told the Dursleys this. He knew it was only their terror that he might turn them all into dung beetles that stopped them from locking him in the cupboard under the stairs with his wand and broomstick. For their first couple of weeks back, Harry had enjoyed muttering nonsense words under his breath and watching Dudley tearing out of the room as fast as his fat legs would carry him. But the long silence from Ron and Hermione had made Harry feel so cut off from the magical world that even taunting Dudley had lost its appeal. And now Ron and Hermione had forgotten his birthday. What wouldn't he give now for a message from Hogwarts, from any witch or wizard? He'd almost be glad of a sight of his arch enemy, Draco Malfoy, just to be sure it hadn't all been a dream. Not that his whole year at Hogwarts had been fun. At the very end of last term, Harry had come face to face with none other than Lord Voldemort himself. Voldemort might be a ruin of his former self, but he was still terrifying, still cunning, still determined to regain power. Harry had slipped through Voldemort's clutches for a second time, but it had been a narrow escape, and even now, 2 weeks later, Harry kept waking in the night, drenched in cold sweat, wondering where Voldemort was now, remembering his livid face, his wide, mad eyes. Harry suddenly sat bolt upright on the garden bench. He had been staring absent-mindedly into the hedge, and the hedge was staring back. 2 enormous green eyes had appeared among the leaves. Harry jumped to his feet just as a jeering voice floated across the lawn. "I know what day it is," sang Dudley, waddling towards him. The huge eyes blinked and vanished. "What?" said Harry, not taking his eyes off the spot where they had been. "I know what day it is," Dudley repeated, coming right up to him. "Well done," said Harry, "so you finally learned the days of the week." "Today's your birthday," sneered Dudley. "How come you haven't got any cards? Haven't you even got friends at that freak place?" "Better not let Mum hear you talking about my school," said Harry coolly. Dudley hitched up his trousers, which were slipping down his fat bottom. "Why are you staring at the hedge?" he said suspiciously. "I'm trying to decide what would be the best spell to set it on fire," said Harry. Dudley stumbled backwards at once, a look of panic on his face. "You can't! Dad told you not to do magic. He said he'll chuck you out of the house, and you haven't got anywhere else to go. You haven't got any friends to take you." "Jiggery-pokery," said Harry in a fierce voice. "Hocus pocus. Squiggly wiggly. Mum!" howled Dudley, tripping over his feet as he dashed back towards the house. "Mum! He's doing you know what?" Harry paid dearly for his moment of fun. As neither Dudley nor the hedge was in any way hurt, Aunt Petunia knew he really hadn't done magic, but he still had to duck as she aimed a heavy blow at his head with the soapy frying pan. Then she gave him work to do with the promise he wouldn't eat until he'd finished. While Dudley lolled around watching and eating ice cream, Harry cleaned the windows, washed the car, mowed the lawn, trimmed the flower beds, pruned and watered the roses, and repainted the garden bench. The sun blazed overhead, burning the back of his neck. Harry knew he shouldn't have risen to Dudley's bait, but Dudley had said the very thing Harry had been thinking himself. Maybe he didn't have any friends at Hogwarts. Wish they could see the famous Harry Potter now, he thought savagely as he spread manure on the flower beds, his back aching, sweat running down his face. It was 7:30 in the evening when, at last, exhausted, he heard Aunt Petunia calling him. "Get in here and walk on the newspaper!" Harry moved gladly into the shade of the gleaming kitchen. On top of the fridge stood tonight's pudding, a huge mound of whipped cream and sugared violets. A loin of pork roast was sizzling in the oven. "Eat quickly, the Masons will be here soon," snapped Aunt Petunia, pointing to 2 slices of bread and a lump of cheese on the kitchen table. She was already wearing a salmon pink cocktail dress. Harry washed his hands and bolted down his pitiful supper. The moment he had finished, Aunt Petunia whisked away his plate. "Upstairs! Hurry!" And he passed the door to the living room. Or as he passed the door to the living room, Harry caught a glimpse of Uncle Vernon and Dudley in bow ties and dinner jackets. He had only just reached the upstairs landing when the doorbell rang, and Uncle Vernon's furious face appeared at the foot of the stairs. "Remember, boy, one sound." Harry crossed to his bedroom on tiptoe, slipped inside, closed the door, and turned to collapse on his bed. The trouble was, there was already someone sitting on it.
Dun dun dun!
Dun. I don't know how or why, but I made Dudley sound older than his dad.
You did, and at some point, Harry turned into Voldemort. I was kind of concerned. I know it's been a hot minute.
It's been hot. I'm trying to remember the voices, and we may be getting new voices here a little bit. But you know
fine.
what?
That's fine.
It's fine. Really quick, to those of you who are joining the chat, hello, Huffles, welcome. Panda, welcome back.
And yes, Panda, I did do the hydrate from earlier. I'll do another one just to appease.
Welcome to Book Club, where we lose our minds slowly.
I'm Classique, I have no filter between my brain and my mouth. Welcome.
And I'm Doodle. I have a filter, but unfortunately that does not matter.
Because I don't.
Because I end up saying dirty crap anyways, apparently.
Apparently, you do.
You missed a woo and oh woe time, and I wish I missed it too.
You also missed him Freudian slipping Uncle Vernon into Uncle Virgin.
Unfortunately, yes.
That was glorious.
I mean, it was, but oh golly.
It was great.
My face is red and my throat is very angry at me because Dudley sounds like he's smoked a pack a day for 30 years.
He sounds like a really angry Jewish grandma, but
that does tend to slip out every now and then. I don't know why.
Doodle's default is angry 3-pack-a-day Jewish grandma.
Apparently so.
Doodle's inner spirit. Spirit animal.
I can do a proper British accent. That's it.
You don't get accents for me. You're lucky if I can remember where in the book I am, because you have Doodle going, and you're here every 4 minutes. Where am I? Can't freaking remember.
At your house.
I don't know. I am so lost.
I don't know where I am.
It's taken 45 minutes, but we got through a chapter.
Hey,
look at us go. We're accomplishing.
Okay.
Why is my green screen drunk again?
Gotta say, I love Sassy Harry. I missed Sassy Harry. Welcome back, Sassy Harry. Jiggery pokery, hocus pocus, all that jazz. It's beautiful.
I know. Harry and his attitude problem make me.
Harry and his attitude problems.
I love it.
I have to wonder if maybe like the directors were like, we gotta tone that down. Audiences are not gonna like this.
Contrary, like I object to their reality and in fact substitute my own.
I think people would have loved it, but I don't know. Well, I don't know if they would have related to him as much as a character. I feel like
he needed to be the kid in need of rescue, the meek to hero story.
Yeah, and like I don't necessarily blame them for that. I like that version of Potter too, but man, like something about Sassy Potter.
Something about Sassy Potter.
I almost called him Sassy Potty.
You
like
did.
That. I almost had that Freudian slip. I was like, something about Sassy Potty.
And Uncle Virgin.
That's his stage name, Sassy Potty and Uncle Virgin. I don't like it.
Oh, what is happening?
Oh, the same thing that always happens when we do this stream.
We do, but you know what? It's great.
It is great.
It is a high point of my week. It only took us 3 days to get it right this time.
Yeah, right? I feel so bad for that still. I feel such great shame. I know it's fine, but that doesn't stop me from feeling the shame.
The shame!
Panda says, oh Doodle, you've been gone for too long, and I'm starting to wonder maybe I haven't been gone for long enough. Maybe I need a longer break.
maybe we should have postponed this another month. I don't know.
Like my brain.
You know you need this. This is the time where you turn proper Doodle off, and inappropriate Doodle gets to shine a little bit. I'm looking over. So chat, what you're wondering is I'm looking over my bookshelf now, and I'm seeing the one book that we finished, and the 5 we still have left to do.
And they just get longer and longer.
They do.
And the problem is, I was thinking, oh, we'll be able to get through them faster because the books progressively get more and more, like, depressing and miserable. But the problem is, no, I don't think we will. That will matter a lot.
I don't think we're capable. I think we're going to end up turning, like, the Triwizard Tournament Cedric's gonna die. We're gonna turn him into a friggin' marionette at some point. Like
Cedric's gonna die, and I'm gonna yell, Edward, no!
Vampires! Stop sparkling in the sun!
Luckily, it took place at night. Nobody knew his secret.
Nobody knew. Got no strings to hold me down. And that's how the Cullens left Hogwarts.
Dead guy bathing. Dead guy bathing.
The Cullens managed to leave Hogwarts by pretending that Edward died in the Triwizard Tournament.
Hey, Harry, now that he's dead, you might have a chance with him. Go get him. Give him a smooch.
Panda's like, not the Sparkle Pyres.
Yes, the Sparkle Pyres. All the Sparkle Pyres.
Oh, we're here for it. We should do Twilight next. It'd be freaking hilarious.
I don't... Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have... Oh no. I'm gonna have to buy Twilight on my phone.
Oh no. Okay, we'll pass. We'll find something. We can do
it, but I'm just like... I can do it. I'm not saying I can't do it. I'm just like, holy crap, I'm gonna have to...
I could really shock your system and we could do a Court of Thorns and Roses. There's some spicy scenes in there.
I don't want spicy. I'm not a huge fan of spicy.
I know, I was only playing.
I think it would be fun to do Lord of the Rings or something like that, though, maybe.
Dude, no!
No?
Dude, I can't. I read them. There is all of the words, and they're big, and I don't understand them, and I'm not bright, so it's hard.
Oh, that's
English
okay,
is hard enough.
We'll do Amelia Bedelia then. How about we'll read the Amelia Bedelia series?
Dr. Seuss, up on top.
We'll discuss the many implications of red fish, blue fish, one fish, two fish. I got that mixed up, but you know
did
what I mean.
one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
The Boxcar Kids, yes. Actually, I would unironically do a reading of the Boxcar Kids.
I would actually thoroughly enjoy that.
Or the Dresden Files. I have not read that. Or like Nancy Drew or the Hardy Boys.
What do I have in my book? We always do this every time. We get through chapter 1 and then we start discussing what we're going to do.
I know. I'm sorry, but then I just realized, like, we could do the many adventures of Winnie the Pooh. And I'm like, oh, that would be so cute.
The wonderful thing about Tigers is Tigers are wonderful things.
It's a very wonderful thing.
Their tops are made of rubber. Their bottoms are made out of springs. They're bouncy, bouncy, full of fun. And the most wonderful thing about Tigers is I'm the only one. I'm the only one. Please don't growl at me like that again. That was inappropriate.
Okay, really quick, one more sidetrack. They've made a musical for Winnie the Pooh on Broadway. And all the characters are puppets. And so they're like these like big like stuffed animal like big puppets. And the guy who does the voice for Winnie the Pooh is like he nails the voice so good. And he's on TikTok and he's saying Pooh Corner and I cried. I just cried because he did it in the Pooh voice and like you wouldn't think it would work, but then you see the puppets and they look like the illustrations, but like big versions of the illustrations. Black rain cloud hovering over the honey tree.
I'm just a little black
rain cloud. Pay no attention
to me.
To widow me.
Everyone knows that a rain cloud doesn't eat honey. No, not in it.
I was listening to an audio recording that a bunch of like British celebrities did, like Stephen Fry and Helen Mirren did it, and they all voiced like different people.
Yes, you were supposed to send me a link to that, and you never ever did.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Okay, I will do that soon.
You failed me.
Remind me after the stream, and I will send it to you.
I'm not gonna remember. Somebody else remind me to remind.
Someone in my chat remind somebody in her chat to remind her to remind me.
Someone set a timer.
We'll get this like full circle somehow. But, like the songs are totally different, but they're all like just so charmingly goofy in their own little way.
I love it. I'm here for it. So let's move on to chapter 2 before we completely delve off the deep end again.
Let's do it.
Chapter 2 is Dobby's warning. Oh God, hold on.
Oh.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Can I do this?
No. Yes, baby.
I don't know. Does anyone have faith in me? I don't have faith in me.
I have faith in you.
Hercules. Okay. Harry managed. You good?
I'm good. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure you're good.
I'm never good, but go ahead.
Let me put a pin, a literal pin.
I haven't been good in 20 years.
I haven't. Googly Eye Harry. Harry managed not to, not to shout out, but it was a close thing. The little creature on the bed had large, bat-like ears and bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls. Harry knew instantly that it was what had been watching him in the garden hedge that morning. As they stared at each other, Harry heard Dudley's voice from the hall. "May I take your coats, Mr. and Mrs. Mason?" The creature slipped off. Stop. You're not helping. The creature slipped off the bed and bowed so low that the end of his long, thin nose touched the carpet. Harry noticed that it was wearing what looked like an old pillowcase with rips for arms and leg holes. Hello, said Harry nervously. Harry Potter, said the creature in a high-pitched voice Harry was sure would carry down the stairs. So long has Dobby wanted to meet you, sir. Such an honor it is. Thank you, said Harry, edging along the wall and sinking into his desk chair next to Hedwig, who was asleep in her large cage. He wanted to ask, "What are you?" but thought that would sound too rude, so instead he asked, "Who are you?" "Dobby, sir." Just stop!
I'm sorry, I was like, when did that stop him before? That sounds too rude.
That sounds too rude. Jiggly wiggly.
When did you care?
Sassy Harry?
Gosh, you betrayed all of us. Okay, sorry.
Dobby, sir. Just Dobby. Dobby the house elf, said the creature. Oh. Really? Said Harry. I don't want to be rude or anything, but this isn't a great time for me to have a house elf in my bedroom. Aunt Petunia's high, false laugh sounded from the living room, and the elf hung his head. Oh, Panda, I can't get Blep. I'm reading. We will read with Blep.
Blep?
Blep is my corgi.
Oh. That's a great name.
Blep, my corgi. Aunt Petunia's high, false laugh sounded from the living room. The elf hung his head. Not that I'm not pleased to meet you, said Harry quickly, but is there any particular reason you're here? Oh, yes, sir, said Dobby earnestly. Dobby has come to tell you, sir. It's difficult, sir. Dobby wonders where to begin. Let's remove the penguin from my book. I have a penguin that's keeping track of what page I'm on.
Oh.
Sit down, said Harry politely, pointing at the bed. To his horror, the elf burst into tears. Very noisy tears. Sit down, he wailed. Never, ever. Harry thought he heard voices downstairs falter. I'm sorry, he whispered. I didn't mean to offend you or anything. Offend Dobby, choked the elf. Dobby has never been asked to sit down by a wizard. Like an equal, Harry tried to say shh and looked comforting at the same time. Ushered Dobby back onto the bed where he sat hiccuping, looking like a large, very ugly doll. At last he managed to control himself and sat with his great eyes fixed on Harry in an expression of watery adoration. You can't have met many decent wizards, said Harry, trying to cheer him up. Dobby shook his head. Then, without warning, he leapt up and started banging his head furiously on the window, shouting, "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby! Don't! What are you doing?" Harry hissed, springing up and pulling Dobby back to the bed. Hedwig had woken up with a particularly loud screech and was beating her wings wildly against the bars of her cage. Dobby had to punish himself, sir, said the elf, who had gone slightly cross-eyed. Are you okay?
Dobby had to punish himself, sir. It's like making something, his eyes sound cross like a cartoon.
His eyes are all sitting there like, I can't see straight. No shit, Sherlock, quit banging your head against the frickin' window.
Stupid Dobby.
Down, dumb dog.
You're a monster, doggy. Dobby. Not doggy.
Oh.
Sorry.
I have to turn my phone off. I'm being distracted here.
Oh.
Where the fuck was I in the book? Bad Dobby. Oh, there we go.
Your family?
I am so concerned. I have lost.
Almost spoke ill of his family, sir. Your family?
Your family?
Your family?
The wizard family Dobby serves, sir. Dobby is a house elf, bound to serve one house and one family forever. Do they know you're here? Asked Harry curiously. Dobby shuddered. Oh no, sir, no. Dobby will have to punish himself most grievously for coming to see you, sir. Dobby will have to shut his ears in the oven door for this. If they ever knew, sir. But they won't notice if you shut your ears in the oven door? Dobby doubts it, sir. Dobby is always having to punish himself for something. Sir, they lets Dobby get on with it. Sometimes they reminds me to do extra punishments. What? That's called slavery.
On one hand, this is very tragic and very sad, but on the other hand...
It's hilarious.
Dobby is kind of a nitwit.
He's not okay. He's banged his head on the window one too many times. It's fine.
Banged his head on the window one too many times.
It's fine.
And I don't think the Malfoys are even like, okay, you don't have to go that far, buddy. Calm down. Oh, never mind.
What is happening?
Like, he likes it. We just let him do it, honestly.
It's fine. He's a little bit of a masochist. It's okay. A house elf must be...
He gets off on this.
He does. We don't kink shame in the wizard world.
The Malfoys aren't bad. They're very open to his desires and wants.
And they facilitate them.
I mean, Lucius has a long hair thing, so I mean, you know.
He's also got a thing for that cane.
Well,
I mean,
yes. I'm not saying no. I'm saying yes.
He's like, wait, now I can never watch that scene the same way again when he points the cane at Harry.
Oh, I absolutely can.
Welcome to book club, Panda. This is what happens every time.
Master has given Dobby a suck. Oh.
For fuck's sake, Doodle. Oh dear, I need an adult. Someone send me an adult.
I need that clipped, actually. I saw Panda just clipped the Tigger growl, and I'm like, okay, if we're clipping something, clip Dobby sock.
Dobby sock in classic freaking having a stroke.
That's gonna be my follow. Master has given Dobby a sock. Or just
Damn it, Doodle.
Those in the know will know what I'm talking about. Whenever somebody follows. Whenever somebody follows.
This is post FFB, right?
This is very much post FFB. This is what time is it? 30 seconds post FFB.
Whew. Okay. But why don't you leave? Escape. A house elf must be set free, sir. Once his contract ends. Never mind. I'm fine. And the family will never set Dobby free. Dobby will serve the family until he dies, sir. Harry's just stared. And I thought I was hard done by staying here for another 4 weeks, he said. It makes the Dursleys sound almost human. Can anyone help you? Can I? Almost at once, Harry wished he hadn't spoken. Dobby dissolved again into wails of gratitude. Please, Harry whispered frantically, please be quiet. If the Dursleys hear anything, if they know you're here, Harry Potter asks if he can help Dobby. Dobby has heard of your greatness, sir, but of your greatness, Dobby never knew. Okay, but you heard of it, so... I'm confused. My brain isn't working. My brain is post-FFB. Harry, who was feeling distinctly hot in the face. What is happening?
Panda just clipped it.
Yeah, I got it clipped here too. God, I've lost it. I'm following my...
Harry Potter asks if he can help Dobby. Dobby has heard of the greatness, sir.
But not a goodness, Dobby never knew, because apparently Dobby can't put two and two together. Math is hard. Harry, who was feeling distinctly hot in the face, said, whoever you've heard about my greatness is a load of rubbish. I'm not even top year of Hogwarts. That's Hermione. But he stopped quickly, because thinking about Hermione was painful. Harry Potter is humble and modest, said Dobby reverently, his orb-like eyes aglow. Harry Potter speaks not of his triumph over he who must not be named. Voldemort? Said Harry. Dobby clapped his hands over his ears and moaned, ah, speak not the name, sir! Speak not the name! Please don't do that, Doodle. Sorry. Send help.
No.
Send help quickly.
No.
Call everybody.
Yeah, get them to join the stream.
Oh dear.
Let's bump that viewership up, guys. Here we go.
Here we go.
Subscription time hype train, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, said Harry quickly. I know lots of people don't like it. My friend Ron, he stopped again. Thinking about Ron was painful too. Dobby leaned towards Harry, his eyes wide as headlamps. Dobby heard tell, he said hoarsely, that Harry Potter met the Dark Lord for a second time, just weeks ago, that Harry Potter escaped yet again. Harry nodded, and Dobby's eyes suddenly shone with tears. Ah, sir, he grasped, dabbing his face with the corner of the grubby old pillowcase he was wearing. Harry Potter is valiant and bold. He has braved so many dangers already, but Dobby has come to protect Harry, to warn him, even if he does have to shut his ears in the oven door later. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. There was a silence broken only by the clink of knives and forks from downstairs and the distant rumble of Uncle Vernon's voice. What? Harry stammered. But I've got to go back. Term starts on September the 1st. It's all that's keeping me going. You don't know what it's been like here. I don't belong here. I belong in your world. At Hogwarts. No, 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 Dobby squeaked, shaking his head so hard his ears flapped. Harry Potter must stay here. Stay where he is safe. He is too great, too good to lose. If Harry Potter goes back to Hogwarts, he will be in mortal danger. Why? Said Harry in surprise. There is a plot.
And?
Again? It's a Tuesday.
Oh, is that what time it is? I didn't realize.
It's plot o'clock.
It's time to get my new threatening letter from Voldemort. Ah, here it is.
Yes. The mail delivery's on Tuesdays.
Dear Harry. Hi, how are you? I'm gonna be killing you soon. Love, Voldemort with a
Love always, Moldywort.
Little heart at the end. P.S. Today I saw this really beautiful owl and took a picture. I wanted to show you.
I'll be seeing you soon.
Boyfriend.
I'll be seeing you soon. Love always, Moldywort.
Dear Voldemort, how did you get this address? Please stop talking to me. Harry.
Please send any further correspondence through my attorney.
Yeah. Hedwig likes the owl.
There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make the most terrible things happen at Hogwarts. Okay, I have a problem. This is supposed to be the safest place in the wizarding world. Why? Every year, does somebody almost die?
Notice how Hagrid was talking about an object when he said that it's the safest place in the world. We should.
Dumbledore being with Dumbledore.
It's probably more like a vault safe than it is like a base, like a military base safe.
Well,
like,
it is definitely not military base safe.
Like for humans, it's dangerous as heck. But for inanimate objects, I don't need to worry about like breathing. You know?
No need to worry about oxygen. Their heart
blood,
continuing to freaking beat.
Like because I mean, think about it. You have like potions class. You have spells being whipped this way and that. The suits of armor, I think, are slightly animate. There's a ghost of a baron that is well known for like killing many people, and you know the list goes on.
Yeah, parents are like, I want my kid to go to this school. No, I'm like, no, send him to Beauxbaton. Nothing ever happens in Beauxbaton. Like, nothing ever happens there. Send her there.
I want to read the story of Prunella, of like I'm trying to think of a sufficiently French name.
Genevieve something or other.
Like Genevieve de Ladourie and the Deadly Butterfly or something like that.
The Attack of the Butterflies. Oh god, okay. Back to the book. I had a rant about plots and safe spaces and
Genevieve and the Daring Potions test. Oh no, I have to study.
Oh no, the quill has become animate.
That actually is supposed to be a problem.
That could probably be a problem. Pointy.
Professor, my quill's hopping away. Go get it.
I'm not allowed to play with sword pointing objects, so I've been told.
But it's hopping really fast, and I don't know what happened if I get. Just go get it. Okay, fine.
Okay. What terrible things said Harry at once? Who's plotting them? Who the fuck do you think? Genius? Dobby made a funny choking noise and then banged his head madly against the wall.
What's against you? I'm like a serial killer. I warned my victims. Oh yeah.
Giggity giggity.
Mr. Potter.
Why have we turned this into Harry Potter in the Chamber of Red Room?
And the chamber.
And the chamber.
No, man. It really is a chamber of secrets.
There was an antechamber that was never shown.
That's the real chamber of secrets. The chamber that Harry walked into was the chamber of the big snake.
Oh.
Oh, Dumbledore, string your pasties more.
I just had a horrible thought go through my head.
As have I. 348, 349, 350. 390.
Filch is standing there going, it's a pity they let the Canes die.
Filch isn't allowed in Chamber of Secrets.
Filch is
He's
the one with the chain. Filch is the one that's hanging people from the wall by chains.
I'm just saying, like, Dumbledore's like, we don't let Filch in anymore. He's a little too into that cat, and it kind of creeps the rest of us out.
Says Dumbledore in his pumpkin pasties and his Christmas socks. With his nipple tassels.
Like, I have never seen somebody love their cat so much.
And you've got Snape in the corner, just counting. All I hear is flap, flap, flap.
He is fully clothed too, like full-on black robes, everything. Like,
all of it.
Just all of it.
All of
He's like the Count Von Count, like from Sesame Street.
Yes.
It's less of an entertainment thing and more of a pleasurable thing.
Oh God, we have turned the Chamber of Secrets into a dungeon of the dead of iniquities.
Into a Chamber of Secrets.
Into a Chamber of Secrets.
The dead of iniquities is the snake one. That's why Voldemort's hanging out there.
Voldemort has a thing for that snake.
I've been a bad boy. Harry's like, I'm 12. I'm 12 and I hate wizards now. I'm never coming back here. Peace out.
Oh my God. People are like, what is happening?
Again.
To the left this time. One hop. One hop this time.
I'm pretty sure, like, Dumbledore's body is not all tight down there, tight in his like upper half. So when he hops, everything hops.
Everything moves.
Like his skin just
to the left,
shifts.
to the left.
And
now you have a mental. Jumping. Now you have a mental visual. You can't get out of your head. You're welcome.
Old man jumping. Like a leather briefcase, says Panda. And I'm like, huh. I've never been a leather briefcase whose skin does not like fit the body well.
Oh God.
Welcome to the stream, I promise. We're usually not this crazy.
Welcome to stream where we have suddenly turned Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets into 50 Shades of Grey. We're not sure how, but we did it.
And no, I'm not drunk. This is just how book club is. Get used to it.
Right, this is episode 1 of Chamber of Secrets. There were many more to go.
And I cannot wait.
Oh, Jesus. Albus Dumbledore's...
All right, cried Harry.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
All right, cried Harry. I was too far ahead.
I thought you were...
Now he's grabbing elves. This has gotten inappropriate. Cried Harry, grabbing the elf's arm to stop him. You can't say You can't say I understand, but what are you warning me? A sudden unpleasant thought struck him. Hang on. This hasn't got anything to do with sorry, you know who, has it? You could just shake or nod. He added hastily as Dobby's head tilted wrongly. Worryingly close. Again. Sabadoodle. Slowly Dobby shook his head. Not he who must not be named, sir. But Dobby's eyes were wide and seemed to be trying to give Harry a hint. Harry, however, was completely at sea. He hasn't got a brother, has he? Dobby shook his head, eyes wider than ever. Well then, I can't think of anyone else who would have a chance to make horrible things happen at Hogwarts, said Harry. I mean, there's Dumbledore for one thing, and you know who Dumbledore is, don't you? Dobby bowed his head. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever had. Dobby knows it, sir. Dobby has heard Dumbledore's powers rival those of he who must not be named at the height of his strength. But sir, Dobby's voice dropped into an urgent whisper. There are powers Dumbledore doesn't. Powers no decent wizard. And before Harry could stop him, Dobby bounced off the bed, seized Harry's desk lamp, and started beating himself around the head with ear-splitting yelps. Can we just, like, duct tape Dobby to a wall? For safety,
yeah,
right? Just
Dobby's not a good
safety
character at this point. Like, at this point in the books, he's much more meant for comedic relief, and it's not working.
Oh god, you're definitely gonna have to put a freaking adult filter on this stream when you're done.
Oh, Uncle Vernon's about to say something spicy, actually, so...
Uncle Vernon's about to say something spicy. Okay. Where the hell was I?
A sudden silence.
Ear-splitting yelps, yeah. A sudden silence fell downstairs. 2 seconds later, Harry, heart thudding madly, heard Uncle Vernon coming into the hall, calling, Definitely must have left his television on again, the little tyke. Quick, in the wardrobe! Hissed. Now we're putting Dobby in closets? That's not fair. He just got out of there. Hissed Harry, snuffing. No, that's not a thing. Stuffing Dobby in, shutting the door and flinging himself onto the bed just as the door handle turned. What the devil are you doing? Said Uncle Vernon through gritted teeth. You don't want to know. His face horribly close to Harry's. You've just ruined the punchline of my Japanese golfer joke. One more sound and you'll wish you'd never been born, boy. He stomped flat-footed from the room. Shaking, Harry led Dobby out of the wardrobe. See what it's like here? He said. See why I've got to go back to Hogwarts? It's the only place I've got, well, I think I've got friends. Friends who don't even write to Harry Potter? Said Dobby slyly. I expect they've just been... Hang on, said Harry, frowning. How do you know my friends haven't been writing to me? Dobby shuffled his feet. Harry Potter mustn't be angry with Dobby. Dobby did it for the best. Have you been stopping my letters? Dobby hasn't here, sir, said the elf, stepping nimbly out of Harry's reach. He pulled a thick wad of envelopes from the inside of the pillowcase he was wearing. Do we want to know where he was storing those?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, moving on. Harry could make out...
You shall not be contemplated.
Harry could make out Hermione's neat writing, Ron's untidy scrawl, and even a scribble that looked as though it had been from the Hogwarts gamekeeper Hagrid. Dobby blinked anxiously up at Harry. Harry Potter mustn't be angry. Dobby hoped if Harry Potter thought his friends had forgotten him, Harry Potter might not want to go back to school, sir. Harry wasn't listening. He made a grab for the letters, but Dobby jumped out of reach. Harry Potter will have them, sir, if he gives Dobby his word that he will not return to Hogwarts. Sir, this danger you must not face. Say you won't go back, sir. Hold on. No, said Harry angrily. Give me my friend's letters. Then Harry Potter leaves Dobby no choice, said the elf sadly. Before Harry could move, Dobby had darted to the bedroom door, pulled it open, and sprinted down the stairs. Mouth dry, stomach lurching, Harry sprang after him, trying not to make a sound. He jumped the last 6 stairs, landing cat-like on the hall carpet. All I could see is superhero landing. Like,
Da, 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 da.
da, 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 da. Smoke rises up. Cape flutters in the breeze.
Oh crap, my road caught on me. Hold on.
You're... Turn the fan back on, my cape's not flapping fast enough.
Oh crap. Uncle Vernon left the front door open, better close that.
That's how house elves get in.
Man, it's a foggy night up there. It keeps getting into the house.
Okay.
Oh, and Petunia is fanning out the dress again.
Oh no. Milk drive. Superhero landing.
Carpet.
Superhero landing. Looking around for Dobby. I should annotate, like get a book and just annotate, just cross it out, right? Superhero landing.
Harry Potter, according to 2 crazy people on Twitch.
Tell Petunia that very funny story about those American plumbers, Mr. Mason. She's been dying to hear. Harry ran up the hall to the kitchen, felt the stomach disappear. Aunt Petunia's masterpiece of pudding, the mountain of cream and sugared violets, was floating up near the ceiling. On top of a cupboard in the corner, crouched Dobby. No, croaked Harry, please, they'll kill me. Harry Potter must say he's not going back to school. Dobby, please, say it, sir. I can't. Dobby gave him a tragic look. Then Dobby must do it, sir, for Harry Potter's own good. The pudding fell to the floor with a heart-stomping crash. Cream splattered the windows and walls, and dish shattered with a crack like a whip. Dobby vanished. There were screams from the dining room, and Uncle Vernon burst into the kitchen to find Harry, rigid with shock, covered from head to toe in Aunt Petunia's pudding. At first, it looked as though Uncle Vernon would manage to gloss the whole thing over. Just our nephew, very disturbed. Meeting strangers upsets him, so we kept him upstairs. He shooed the Masons back into the dining room, promised Harry he would flay him to within an inch of his life when the Masons left, handed him a mop. Aunt Petunia dug some ice cream out of the freezer, and Harry, still shaking, started scrubbing the kitchen clean. Uncle Vernon might still have been able to make his deal if it hadn't been for the owl. Aunt Petunia was just handing around a box of after-dinner mints when a large barn owl swooped through the dining room window, dropped a letter on Mr. Mason's head, and swooped out again. Mrs. Mason screamed like a banshee and ran from the house, shouting about lunatics. Mr. Mason stayed just long enough to tell the Dursleys that his wife was mortally afraid of birds of all shapes and sizes, and to ask whether this was their idea of a joke. Harry stood in the kitchen, clutching the mop for support as Uncle Vernon advanced on him, a demonic glint in his tiny eyes. "Read it," he hissed evilly, brandishing the letter the owl had delivered. "Go on, read it." Harry took it. It did not contain birthday greetings. Dear Mr. Potter, we have received intelligence that a hover charm was used at your place of residence this evening at 12 minutes past 9. As you know, underage wizards are not permitted to perform spells outside the school, and further spell work on your part may lead to expulsion from the school. Decree of Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, paragraph C. We would also like you to remember that any magical activity which risks notice by members of the non-magical community, Muggles, is a serious offense under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Warlocks Statute of Secrecy. Enjoy your holidays. Sincerely, Mathilda Hopkirk, not Kink. Improper use of magic office, Ministry of Magic. Harry looked up from the letter and gulped. You didn't tell us you weren't allowed to use magic outside of school, said Uncle Vernon, a mad gleam dancing in his eyes. Forgot to mention it? Slipped your mind, I dare say? He was bearing down on Harry like a great bulldog, all his teeth bared. Well, I've got news for you, boy. I'm locking you up, and you're never going back to that school. Ever. And if you try to magic yourself out, they'll expel you. And laughing like a maniac, he dragged Harry back upstairs. Uncle Vernon was as bad as his word. The following morning, he paid a man to fit bars to Harry's window. He himself fitted the cat flap in the bedroom door, that small amounts of food could be pushed under 3 times a day. They let Harry out to use the bathroom morning and evening, otherwise he was locked in that room around the clock. 3 days later, the Dursleys were showing no signs of relenting, and Harry couldn't see any way out of his situation. He lay on his bed, watching the sun sinking behind the bars in the window and wondering miserably what was going to happen to him. What was the good of magicking himself out of his room if Hogwarts would expel him for doing it? Yet, life at Privet Drive had reached an all-time low. Now the Dursleys knew they weren't going to wake up as fruit bats. He had lost his only weapon. Dobby might have saved Harry from horrible happenings at Hogwarts, but the way things were going, he'd probably starve to death anyway. The cat flap rattled, and Aunt Petunia's hand appeared, pushing a bowl of tinned soup into the room. Harry, whose insides were aching with hunger, dropped off his bed and seized it. The soup was stone cold, but he drank half of it in one gulp, and then he crossed the room to Hedwig's cage and tipped the soggy vegetables into the bottom of the bowl of her empty fruit tray. She ruffled her feathers and gave him a look of deep disgust. It's no good turning your your beak up at it. It's all we've got, said Harry grimly. He put the empty bowl back on the floor next to the cat flap and lay back down on his bed, somehow even hungrier than he had been before the soup. Supposing he was still alive in another 4 weeks, what would happen if he didn't turn up at Hogwarts? Would someone be sent to see why he hadn't come back? Would they be able to make the Dursleys let him go? The room was growing dark. Exhausted, stomach rumbling, mind spinning over the same unanswerable questions, Harry fell into an uneasy sleep. He dreamed that he was on show in a zoo with a card reading underage wizard attached to his cage. People goggled through the bars at him as he lay starving and weak on a bed of straw. He saw Dobby's face in the crowd and shouted out, asking for help, but Dobby called, "Harry Potter is safe there, sir," and vanished. And the Dursleys appeared, and Dudley rattled the bars of the cage, laughing at him. "Stop it," Harry muttered as he rattling pounded on the sore head. "Leave me alone. Cut it out. I'm trying to sleep." He opened his eyes. Moonlight was shining through the bars on the window, and someone was ogling at him through the bars. Freckle-faced, red-haired, long-nosed someone. Ron Weasley was outside Harry's window.
Yay, one!
Yay, one!
Yay, 1-1! Wait for 1-1. Okay. I will say, I don't think Dobby won his freedom. I mean, maybe he'll redeem himself later in the book, but at that moment I'm like, shoot, why? No. If he's gonna be a butt like that, knowing the consequences, what they would be, then like...
Consequences of my actions chasing me right now! I don't like the consequence.
Like, Harry should have given Dobby an extra kick at the end of the movie.
Right.
Lucius kicks him down the stairs, and then Harry, wait a minute! Boom! Punts him down the hall. Thank you.
Right? Like, that is a thing that needs to happen.
That is absolutely a thing that needs to happen. I'm sorry, but like... Also, how does, like, this wizarding magistrate who somehow knows that magic was happening in the house not know that that magic did not belong to one Harry Potter? Like... Right,
and they've got him traced down to when he takes a dump. And they didn't know that he didn't do that? Like, come on.
Like, how like, in the movie, or even in the book, when he disapparates, because I'm assuming that's what he did, he disapparates. Like, it sounds different than when other wizards disapparate, unless I'm mistaken, but like, that cracking of a whip sound does not sound like other wizards when they disapparate.
No, they pop.
They pop, and his is more like a...
Right?
And yeah, so I'm like, why did Dobby become so beloved again? And I'm like, I just need to remind myself that there's like 4 more books to come. There's like 4 more books before the very sad part, and we have to...
That'll be the stream where I do not wear makeup.
Mascara.
There is no mascara involved in that episode.
Mascara or eyeliner.
Eyeliner.
Eyeliner. Herper.
Herper.
Herper and Herper.
Herper.
Hi, my name is Harry Potter.
Harder, and the googly eyes.
By the way, everybody who's watching me, I'm not making fun of people with any kind of like disability or anything like that. That is just how Herper talks, because his nose is constantly plugged and his tongue's just a little bit like...
A little bit swollen.
Slightly. It's a little bit swollen because he keeps eating bees. He likes the taste of bees, sorry.
They're crunchy.
Herper and the crunchy bee.
Herper and the crunchy bees.
Oh, sorry, it's Herper and the crunchy.
Crunchy. Crunchy.
And the crunchy bee.
Crunchy bee. Oh, we're fine, guys. Absolutely nothing wrong.
He likes the a lot.
We are...
According to unknown aviation, we can't fly. It's a little bit bright. It's too fat. Herper.
Okay.
Also, screw the Dursleys. They need to have CPA called on them. Like, holy crap.
How has nobody noticed that there's a mystery child that seems to be slowly starving to death that lives in this house? Like,
also,
all these, they live in suburbia hell with, like, all of the nosy neighbors. How has nobody noticed?
Petunia herself is a nosy neighbor, and she keeps complaining about other nosy neighbors. But I think that's all the British people do. They just are nosy, and that's it. Okay, hold on. The soundtrack ended. I have to go back onto Pretzel because I don't want to replay it. But ugh,
it irritates me. Great, now we've alienated a whole...
The British! How dare you!
The British are coming!
This is why we left you all those years ago.
That's just why we burnt down your White House. Moving on.
Oh, gosh. No, wait, we didn't mean that, I promise. She just said it, not me. Please don't hurt us.
I surrender.
I don't think we can handle you. We surrender. No, not that move. That's the French.
That's the French.
That's the French. Sorry. Sorry, French people.
Anyway, we need to do a thing with a book. Worth words.
Okay. Chapter 3 then.
Chapter 3.
The burrow.
How that house doesn't fall over is just pure determination.
Also, wouldn't people have noticed bars going onto this window? Like, that's not a quiet ordeal.
Nor is it normal.
Nor is it normal. Like, are people just like, they're putting bars upon their window? Strange.
What kind of house pet did they get that requires
what
bars?
Kind of house pets? The bloomin' Dursleys are at it again. What is this nonsense? What weirdos?
Ron!
Ron! breathed Harry, creeping to the window and pushing it up so they could talk through the bars. Ron! How did you... What the... Harry's mouth fell open as the full impact of what he was seeing hit him. Ron was leaning out of the back window of an old turquoise car, which was parked in mid-air. Grinning at Harry from the front seats were Fred and George, Ron's elder twin brothers. "All right, Harry," asked George. What's been going on?" said Ron. "Why haven't you been answering my letters?" "I've asked you to stay about 12 times, and then Dad came home and said you've got an official warning for using magic in front of muggles. It wasn't me. And how did you know? And how did he know?" "He works for the ministry," said Ron. "You know we're not supposed to do spells outside school." "You should talk," said Harry, staring at the floating car. "Oh, this doesn't count," said Ron. "We're only borrowing this. It's Dad's. We didn't chant it, but doing magic in front of those muggles you live with, I told you I didn't. But it'll take too long to explain that. Look, can you tell them at Hogwarts the Dursleys have locked me up and won't let me come back? And obviously I can't magic myself out because the ministry will think that's the second spell I've done in 3 days, so stop gibbering," said Ron. "We've come to take you home with us." "But you can't magic me out either." "We don't need to," said Ron, jerking his head toward the front seat and grinning. "You forget who I've got with me." "Tie that rope around the bars," said Fred, throwing the end of the rope to Harry. "If the Dursleys wake up, I'm dead," said Harry as he
Doodle, you need to look at your chat, please.
Welp. At least it's not woo. I will count my lucky stars. It's not a woo.
What did our infuriating individual do now?
Apparently it's a Mario time.
It's a me, Mario.
It's a me, Mario.
Now Hogwarts is in Italy. Let's go.
No, Hogwarts is in Italy. Wahoo! By the means, starting now. "If the Dursleys will wake up, I'm a dead," said Harry as he tied the rope tightly around the bar, and Fred revved up the car. "Don't worry," said Fred, "and stand back." Panda says, "I thought about waiting for it, but I figured one woo per night is enough." I agree. Harry, move the back into the
question.
next to Harry.
I have a question.
You have a question. What's the question?
Why does your Italian sound like Transylvanian vampire?
This is how Mario talks. This is how a Charles Martinet talks. Maybe over the microphone it sounds like a Transylvania, but look, this is as close as I can get. What do you want from me? Mamma mia. Blah. A blah.
Blah, blah.
A blah, blah, blah. That's Mario. Doing Empire of the Transylvania Empire. Wahoo! Harry moved. Thank you, that is all. Harry moved the pin back into the shadows next to Hedwig, who seemed to have realized how important this was and kept still and silent. The car raged louder and louder, and suddenly, with a crunching noise, the bars were pulled clean out of the window, as Fred drove straight into the air. Wahoo! Harry ran back to the window to see the bars dangling a few feet above the ground. Panting, Ron hoisted them up into the car. Harry listened anxiously, but there was no sound from the Dursleys' bedroom. When the bars were safely in the back seat with Ron, Fred reversed as close as possible to Harry's window. "Get in," Ron said. "With all of my Hogwarts stuff. My wand, my broomstick, where is it? Locked it in the cupboard under the stairs, and I can't get out of this room." "No problem," said George from the front passenger seat. "Out of the way, Harry." Fred and George climbed cat-like through the window into Harry's room. "You had to hand it to them," thought Harry, as George took an ordinary hairpin from his pocket and started to pick the lock. "A lot of wizards think this is a waste of time, knowing this sort of muggle trick," said Fred. "But we feel their skills are worth learning, even if they are a bit slow." There was a small click, and the door swung open. "So, we'll get to your trunk, you grab anything you need from your room, and hand it out to Ron," whispered George. Whoa. "Watch out for the bottom stair. It creaks," Harry whispered back as the twins disappeared into the dark landing. Harry dashed out of his room, collecting his things and passing them out of the window to Ron. Then he went to help Fred and George heave his trunk up the stairs. Harry heard Uncle Vernon cough. At last, panting, they reached the landing and carried the trunk through Harry's room to the open window. Fred climbed back into the car to pull with Ron, and Harry and George pushed from the bedroom inside. Inch by inch, the trunk slid through the window. Uncle Vernon coughed again. "A bit more," panted Fred, who was pulling from the inside the car. "One push." Harry and George threw their shoulders against the trunk, and it slid out of the window and into the back seat of the car. "Okay, let's go," George whispered. But as Harry climbed onto the windowsill, there came a sudden loud screech from behind them, followed immediately by the thunder of Uncle Vernon's voice. "That Dudley owl! I've forgotten Hedwig." Harry tore back across the room as the landing light clicked on. He snatched up Hedwig's cage, dashed through the window, and passed it out to Ron. He was scrambling back onto the chest of drawers when Uncle Vernon hammered on the open door. Let me go back. When Uncle Vernon hammered on the unlocked door, and it crashed open. Oh no! For a split second, Uncle Vernon stood framed in the doorway. Then he let out a bellow like an angry bull and dived at Harry, grabbing him by the ankle. Ron, Fred, and George seized Harry's arms and pulled as hard as they could. "Petunia!" roared Uncle Vernon. Oh, mamma mia. That was time. You okay over there?
No. I need an adult.
What?
I need an adult.
Are you alright, the princess? You are very much welcome, Panda. Thank you for not doing Waluigi. I don't think my throat could handle that one.
Oh, my face hurts.
Petunia! He's getting away!
Oh, shit!
think Uncle Vernon might just be Waluigi from now on.
Oh my god!
Sorry, I think Uncle Vernon. That is gonna be your sneak peek of Waluigi, Uncle Vernon Snapchat.
Oh my god! We can do this.
But the Weezers gave a gigantic tug, and Harry's legs slid out of Uncle Vernon's grasp. Harry was in the car. He'd slammed the door shut. "Put your foot down, Fred!" yelled Ron as the car suddenly shot toward the moon. Harry couldn't believe it. He was free! He rolled down the window, the night air whipping his hair, and looked back down at the shrinking rooftops of Privet Drive. Uncle Vernon and Petunia and Dudley were all hanging dumbstruck out of Harry's window. "See you next summer!" Harry yelled. The Weasleys roared with delight. The Weasleys roared with laughter, and Harry settled back into his seat, grinning from ear to ear. "Let Hedwig out," he told Ron. "She can fly behind us. She hasn't had a chance to stretch her
Switch
wings
it on the further.
I turned to fritter.
Turn for an apple fritter.
Mario's got me all like weird in the brain slightly.
Turn to apple fritter.
Turn to fritter.
The clear.
I
The poutine,
smell
the
toast.
cheesy clears, the cheesy curds, the clear. Das wenig bringt you, das viele Schiff hier. Bork, bork, bork. No.
George handed the hairpin to Ron, and a moment later, Hedwig soared joyfully out of the window to glide alongside them like a ghost. "So, what's the story, Harry?" said Ron impatiently. "What's been happening?" Harry told them all about Dobby, the warning he'd given Harry, and the fiasco of the violet pudding. There was a long, shocked silence when he had finished. "Very fishy," said Fred finally. "Definitely dodgy," agreed George. "So he wouldn't even tell you who's supposed to be plotting all this stuff." "I don't think he could," said Harry. I told you, every time he gets close to letting something slip, he started banging his head against the wall." He saw Fred and George look at each other. "What, you think he was lying to me?" said Harry. "Well," said Fred, "put it this way. Owl's elves have got powerful magic of their own, but they can't usually use it without their master's permission. I reckon old Dobby was sent to stop you coming back to Hogwarts. Someone's idea of a joke. Can you think of anyone at school with a grudge against you?" "Yes," said Harry and Ron together instantly. "Draco Malfoy," Harry explained. "He hates me." "Draco Malfoy," said George, turning around. "Not Lucius Malfoy, son." "It must be. It's not a very common name, is it?" said Harry. "Why?" "I've heard Dad talking about him, said George. "He was a big supporter of you-know-who." "And when you-know-who disappeared," said Fred, grinning as Nick Raj looked at Harry, "Lucius Malfoy came back saying he'd never meant any of it. Load of dung. Dad reckons he was right in you-know-who's inner circle." Harry had... What's up? Oh.
Sorry, I had to clear my throat.
You're good. I thought you said something.
Nope.
Harry had heard these rumors about Malfoy's family before, and they didn't surprise him at all. Malfoy made Dudley Dursley look like a kind, thoughtful, and sensitive boy. "I don't know whether the Malfoys own a house elf," said Harry. "Well, whoever owns him will be an old wizarding family, and they'll be rich," said Fred. "Yeah, Mum's always wishing we had a house elf to do the ironing," said George, "but all we've got is a lousy old ghoul in the attic and gnomes all over the garden. House elves come with big old manors and castles and places like that. You wouldn't catch one at our place." Harry was silent. Judging by the fact that Draco Malfoy usually had the best of everything, his family was rolling in wizard gold. He could just see Malfoy strutting around a large manor house. Sending the family servant to stop Harry from going back to Hogwarts also sounded exactly like the sort of thing Malfoy would do. Had Harry been stupid to take Dobby seriously? "I'm glad we came to get you anyway," said Ron. "I was getting real worried when you didn't answer any of my letters. I thought it was Errol's fault at first." "Who's Errol?" "Owl, he's ancient. It wouldn't be the first time he collapsed on a delivery. Then I tried to borrow Hermes. Who?" "The Owl mom and dad bought Percy when he was made prefect," said Fred from... Oh, whoops, wrong voice. "The Owl mom and dad bought Percy when he was made prefect." don't know why I'm making him seem like a Beatle, but there we go. Fred and George are from the Beatles now.
I'm here for it.
He's Ringo. The owl mom and dad bought Percy when he was made prefect.
I can't take it seriously. Oh dear.
Oh, it's a great song, John. But Percy wouldn't lend him to me, said Ron. Said I needed him. Percy's been acting very oddly this summer, said George, running. And he has been sending a lot of letters and spending a lot of time shut up in his room. I mean, there's only so many times you can polish a prefix badge. You're driving too far west, Fred, he added, pointing at a compass on the dashboard. Fred twiddled the steering wheel. So, does your dad know you've got the car? Said Harry, guessing the answer. No, said Ron. He had to work tonight. Hopefully we'll be able to get it back in the garage without Mum noticing we flew it. What does your dad do at the Ministry of Magic anyway? He works in the most boring department, Ron said. The Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office. The what? It's all made to do with bewitching things that are Muggle made, you know? In case they end up back in a Muggle shop or house. You know, like last year. Some old witch died and her tea set was sold to an antique shop. This Muggle woman bought it, took it home, and tried to serve her friends tea in it. It was a nightmare. Dad was working overtime for weeks. But what happened? The teapot went berserk and squirted boiling tea all over the place. And one man ended up in the hospital with the sugar tongs clamped to his nose. Dad was going frantic. It's only him and an old warlock named Perkins in the office. And they had to do memory charms and all sorts of stuff to cover it up. But your dad, this car, Fred laughed. Yeah, Dad's crazy about everything to do with Muggles. Our shed's full of Muggle stuff. He takes it apart, puts spells on it, puts it back together again. If he raided our house, he'd have to put himself under arrest. Drives Ron mad. That's the main road, said George, peering down through the windshield. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Just as well, it's getting light. A faint pinkish glow was visible along the horizon to the east. Fred brought the car lower, and Harry saw a dark patchwork of fields and clumps of trees. We're a little way outside the village, said George. Order at St. Catchpole. Lower and lower with the flying car. That was meant after St. Catchpole, but...
Oh, jeez. We're fine.
The edge of a brilliant red sun was now gleaming through the trees. Touchdown, said Fred as, with a slight bump against the ground. It landed next to a tumble-down garage in a small yard, and Harry looked out for the first time at Ron's house. It looked as though it had once been a large stone pig pen, but extra rooms had been added here and there until it was several stories high and so crooked it looked as if they were held up by magic, which, Harry reminded himself, it probably was. 4 or 5 chimneys were perched on top of the red roof. A lopsided sign stuck in the ground near the entrance read, "The Burrow." Around the front door lay a jumble of rubber boots and a very rusty cauldron. Several fat brown chickens were pecking their way around the yard. It's not much, said Ron. It's wonderful, said Harry happily, thinking of Privet Drive. They got out of the car. Now we'll go upstairs real quietly, said Fred, and wait for Mum to call us down for breakfast. Then, Ron, you come bounding upstairs going, Mum, look who turned up in the night, and she'll be all pleased to see Harry, and no one need ever know we flew the car. Right, said Ron. Come on, Harry. I see at the top. Ron had gone a nasty greenish color, his eyes fixed on the house. The other 3 wheeled around. Mrs. Weasley was marching across the yard, scattering chickens, and for a short, plump, kind-faced woman, it was remarkable how much she looked like a saber-toothed tiger. Ah, said Fred. Oh dear, said George. Mrs. Weasley came to a halt in front of them, her hands on her hips, staring from one guilty face to the next. She was wearing a flowered apron with a wand sticking out of the pocket. So, she said. Morning, Mum, said George in what he clearly thought was a jaunty, winning voice. Have you any idea how worried I've been? Said Mrs. Dirt Weasley in a deadly whisper. Sorry, Mom, but see, we had to... All 3 of Mrs. Weasley's sons were taller than she was, but they cowered as her rage broke over them. Bed empty, no note, car gone. Could have crashed out of my mind with what... Did you care? Never, as long as I've lived. You wait until your father gets home. We have never had trouble like this from Bill or Charlie or Percy. Percy, muttered Fred. "You could do with taking a leaf out of Percy's book," yelled Mrs. Weasley, prodding a finger in Fred's chest. "You could have died. You could have been seen. You could have lost your father his job." It seemed to go on for hours. Mrs. Weasley had shouted herself I like combined worry and Weasley, which is actually kind of like appropriate. Mrs. Weasley had shouted herself hoarse before she turned on Harry, who backed away. "I'm very pleased to see you, Harry dear," she said. "Come right in, we'll have some breakfast." She turned and walked back into the house, and Harry, after a nervous
switch flipped.
Harry, I love you. Now, granted, I think this is coming from a woman who probably is like, if she's not aware, she has to hit that his parents are pretty abusive, and she's like, let's not
scream at this poor tiny human.
Like, I'm sure she was like, there were bars on his window, Mom. There'll be bars on your window. But in her head, she's like, holy crap.
This guy needs a frickin' cookie.
Like, holy crap. I think she's smart enough to be able to, like, get mold. Sorry, I need to take a quick drink. Really.
I have, like, 3 on the go in front of me. My green screen's all janky again.
That's nice. Okay. Let's see.
I hate this green screen today.
But your green screen loves you.
No, it doesn't. Not today.
I'm sorry. Okay. The kitchen was small and rather cramped. There was a scrubbed wooden table and chairs in the middle, and Harry sat down on the edge of his seat, looking around. He'd never been in a wizard house before. The clock on the wall opposite him had only one hand and no numbers at all. Written around the edge were things like time to make tea, time to feed the chickens, and you're late. Books were stacked 3 deep on the mantelpiece, books with titles like Charm Your Own Cheese, Enchantment and Baking, and 1-Minute Feasts. It's magic! And unless Harry's ears were deceiving him, the old radio next to the sink had just announced that coming up was Witching Hour, with the popular singing sorceress Celestina Warbeck. Mrs. Weasley was clattering around, cooking breakfast a little haphazardly, throwing dirty looks at her sons as she threw sausages into the frying pan. Every now and then she muttered things like, "Don't know what you were thinking of, and never would have believed it." "I don't blame you, dear," she assured Harry, tipping 8 or 9 sausages onto his plate. "Arthur and I have been worried about you too. Just last night we were saying we'd come and get you by ourselves if you hadn't written back to Ron by Friday, but really," she was now adding 3 fried eggs to his plate, "flying in a legal car halfway across the country, anyone could have seen you." She flicked her wand casually at the dishes in the sink, which began to clean themselves, clinking gently in the background. "It was cloudy, Mum," said Fred. "You keep your mouth shut while you're eating," Mrs. Weasley snapped. "They were starving him, Mum," said George. "And you," said Mrs. Weasley, but it was with a slightly softened expression that she started cutting Harry's bread and buttering it for him.
She is momming the snot out of this kid.
I think especially when she hears they're starving him, she's like, oh crap. So, at that moment, there was a diversion in the form of a small, red-headed figure in a long nightdress who appeared in the kitchen, gave a small squeal, and ran back out again. "Ginny," said Ron in an undertone to Harry. "My sister, she's been talking about you all summer." "Yeah, she'll be wanting your autograph, Harry," Fred said with a grin. He caught his mother's eye and bent his face over his plate without another word. Nothing more was said until all 4 plates were clean, which took a surprisingly short time. "Blimey, I'm tired," yawned Fred, settling down his knife and fork at that. "I think I'll go to bed and—" "You will not!" snapped Mrs. Weasley. "It's your own fault you've been up all night. You're going to denome the garden for me. They're getting completely out of hand again." "Oh, Mom, and you two," she said, glaring at Ron and George. "And you two," okay, sweet the sensation. "You can go up to bed, dear," she added to Harry. "You didn't ask that we fly that wretched car." But Harry, who felt wide awake, said quickly, "I'll help Ron. I've never seen a denoming." "Well, that's sweet of you, dear, but it still works," Mrs. Weasley. "Now, let's see what Lockhart's got to say on the subject."
Wah, wah, wah.
Duh, duh, duh.
Foreboding.
It's the villain for this book.
Foreshadowing.
Great foreshadowing. Oh, he's an idiot. She pulled a heavy torch from the stack on the mantelpiece. George groaned. Mom, we know how to denome a garden. Harry looked at the cover of Mrs. Weasley's book. Written across it in fancy gold letters were the words Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests. There was a big photograph in the front of a very good-looking wizard with wavy blonde hair and bright blue eyes. As always in the wizarding world, the photograph was moving. The wizard, who Harry supposed was Gilderoy Lockhart, kept winking cheekily up at them all. Mrs. Weasley beamed down at him. Oh, he is marvelous, she said. He knows his household pests all right. It's a wonderful book. Mum fancies him, said Fred in a very audible whisper. Don't be so ridiculous, Fred, said Mrs. Weasley, her cheeks rather pink. All right, if you think you know better than Lockhart, you can go and get on with it. And woe betide you, there's a single gnome in that garden when I come out to inspect it. Yawning and grumbling, the Weasley twins slouched outside with Harry behind them. The garden was large, and in Harry's eyes, exactly what a garden should be. The Dursleys wouldn't have liked it. There were plenty of weeds, and the grass needed cutting. There were gnarled trees all around the walls, plants Harry had never seen spilling from every flower bed, and a big green pond full of frogs. Muggles have garden gnomes too, you know, Harry told Ron as they crossed the lawn. Yeah, I've seen those things they think are gnomes, said Ron, bent down with his head in a peony bush, like fat little Santa Clauses with fishing rods. There was a violent scuffing noise. The peony bush shuddered, and Ron straightened up. This is a gnome, he said grimly. Get off me, squealed the gnome. It was certainly nothing like Santa Claus. It was small and leathery looking with a large, knobby bald head, exactly like a potato. Ron held it at arm's length as it kicked out at him with its horny little feet. He grasped it around the ankles and turned it upside down. This is what you have to do, he said. He raised the gnome above his head. Get off me! And started to swing it in great circles like a lasso. Seeing the shocked look on Harry's face, Ron added, it doesn't hurt them. You've just got
Pick
to make
a
them
gnome
really
up, swing
dizzy
it round
so
your
they
head
can't.
like a helicopter.
Actually, in the games, in the Harry Potter 2 game, you have to go denome the yard, and part of that is you have to actually swing the gnome around you. Like it's part of a tutorial to teach you to chuck things and kind of throw things like that. But you swing the gnome around you, and you have to fling it at a wooden target in the yard, so it just goes boom.
Gnome tossing 101.
You gotta make them real dizzy so they can't find their way back to their gnome holes. Oh, hey, look at that. He let go of the gnome's ankles. It flew 20 feet into the air and landed with a thud in the field over the hedge.
Thunk.
And they're treating this as a chore. I'm like, I get to throw a tiny little get off me. That would be amazing.
Can we go denome someone's garden later? I need this in my life.
Get off me.
Get off me!
Get off me. Pitiful, said Fred. I bet I can get mine beyond that stump. Harry learned quickly not to feel too sorry for the gnomes. He decided just to drop the first one he caught over the hedge, but the gnome, sensing weakness, sank its razor-sharp teeth into Harry's finger, and he had a hard job shaking it off. Until, wow, Harry, must have been 50 feet. The air was soon thick with flying gnomes. Yeah, they're not too bright, said George, seizing 5 or 6 gnomes at once. The moment they know the denoming's going on, they storm up to have a look. You'd think they'd have learned by now just to stay put. Soon the crowd of gnomes in the field started walking away in a straggling line, their little shoulders hunched. They'll be back, said Ron as they watched the gnomes disappear into the hedge on the other side of the field. They love it here. Dad's too soft with them. He thinks they're funny. Just then, the front door slammed. He's back, said George. Dad's home. They hurried through the garden and back into the house. Mr. Weasley was slumped in the kitchen chair with his glasses off and his eyes closed. He was a thin man, going bald, but the little hair he had was as red as any of the children's. He was wearing long green robes, which were dusty and travel-worn. What night? He mumbled, groping for the teapot as they all sat down around him. 9 raids. 9! That old Madungus Fletcher tried to put a hex on me when I had my back turned. Mr. Weasley took a long gulp of tea and sighed. Find anything, Dad? Said Fred eagerly. All I got were a few shrieking dorkies and a biting kettle, yawned Mr. Weasley. There was some pretty nasty stuff that wasn't my department, though. Mortlake was taken away for questioning about some extremely odd ferrets, but that's the Committee on Experimental Charms, thank goodness. Why would anybody bother making dorkies shrink? Said George. just muggle baiting, sighed Mr. Weasley. Tell them a key that keeps shrinking to nothing so they can never find it when they need it. Of course, it's very hard to convict anyone because no muggle would ever admit their key keeps shrinking. They'll insist they just keep losing it. Bless them. They'll go to any lengths to ignore magic, even if it's staring them in the faces. But the things our lot would take to enchanting you wouldn't believe. Like cars, for instance. Mrs. Weasley had appeared holding a long poker like a sword. Mr. Weasley's eyes jerked open. He stared guiltily at his wife. Cars, Molly dear? Yes, Arthur, cars, said Mrs. Weasley, her eyes flashing. Imagine a wizard buying a rusty old car and telling his wife all he wanted to do with it was take it apart to see how it worked, while really he was enchanting it to make it fly. Mr. Weasley blinked. Well, dear, I think you'll find that he would be quite within the law to do that, even if he maybe would have done better to tell his wife the truth. There's a loophole in the law, you'll find. As long as he wasn't intending to fly the car, the fact that the car could fly would. Arthur Weasley, you made sure there was a loophole when you wrote that law, shuddered Mrs. Weasley, just so you could carry on tinkling with all that muggle rubbish in your shed. And for your information, Harry arrived this morning in the car you weren't intended to fly. Harry? Mr. Weasley blankly. Harry who?
Why is this random child in my house? I don't understand what's happening.
Can you imagine like Harry's like, somebody who doesn't know me, finally! And then freaking 2 minutes later, is it Harry Potter? Very pleased to meet you, Ron. Told us so much about your son flew that car to Harry's house and back last night. What have you got to say about that, huh? You really? Go right. I mean, that was very wrong, boys. Very wrong indeed. Okay, Ron muttered to Harry as he swelled like a bullfrog. Come on, I'll show you my bedroom. They slipped out of the kitchen and down a narrow passageway to the main staircase, which wound its way, zigzagging up through the house. On the third landing, a door stood ajar. Harry just caught sight of a pair of bright brown eyes staring at him before it closed with a snap. Ginny, said Ron, you don't know how weird it is for her to be this shy. She never shuts up normally. They climbed 2 more flights until they reached a door with peeling paint and a small plaque on it saying, Ronald's room. Harry stepped in, his head almost touching the sloping ceiling, and blinked. It was like walking into a furnace. Everything in Ron's room seemed to be a violent shade of orange. The bed spread, the walls, even the ceiling. Then Harry realized that Ron had covered nearly every inch of the shabby wallpaper with posters of the same 7 witches and wizards, all wearing bright orange robes, carrying broomsticks and waving energetically. The Quidditch team? Said Harry. The Chumley Cannons, said Ron, pointing at the orange spread which was blazed with 2 giant black C's and a speeding cannonball. Ninth in the league. Ron's school spellbooks were stacked untidily in a corner next to a pile of comics that all seemed to feature the adventures of Martin Miggs, the Mad Muggle. Ron's magic wand was lying on top of a fish tank full of frog spawn on the windowsill next to his fat gray rat, Scabbers, who was snoozing in a patch of sun. Harry stepped over a pack of self-shuffling playing cards on the floor and looked out over the tiny window. In the field far below, he could see a gang of gnomes sneaking one by one back through the Weasley's hedge. Then he turned to look at Ron, who was watching him almost nervously, as though waiting for his opinion. It's a bit small, said Ron quickly. Not like that room we have with the muggles. And I'm right underneath the ghoul in the attic, and he's always banging on the pipes and groaning. But Harry, grinning widely, said, This is the best house I've ever been in. Ron's ears went pink. Ah! I just saw the title image for chapter 4. That's a nightmare.
I need to open your stream so I can see it.
That is somehow exactly what Gilderoy Lockhart looks like in the movie too, though. Like, weirdly. Like, I don't know how they managed that, but that is spot on casting right there. Lockhart is very much a nightmare. I agree, Panda. He's all the parts of me that I wish I didn't have.
I'm currently watching an ad for PlayStation.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Get paid, Doodle, get paid.
I can't wait to earn my penny. Heck yes, heck yes.
Your penny for Call of Duty Vanguard.
Oh. Why couldn't it have just been for the PlayStation 5? I would have been okay with that. Or better yet, Nintendo, come put ads on my channel. I will support you wholeheartedly.
I love Nintendo.
What?
I miss having a Nintendo.
I got the expansion pack for Switch, which lets me play a bunch of Nintendo 64 games. And I'm playing Yoshi's Story again, and I'm like, I loved this game as a kid! It's just a bunch of baby Yoshis, and it's amazing. And they just make cute noises the whole time, just like...
Makes me sad.
And they bark, and they're like... Oh, it's so cute. Classic 251, their first gift sub in the channel. Oh, Panda donated a sub to you. Panda, thank you so much for the gift sub. And Classic, you're subscribed now. Congratulations. You can use the 2 Doodle emotes that I have.
Excellent.
If you guys would like to see more Doodle emotes, and if you would like to see a Doodle, yes, you can use Doodle Love. I have more emotes planned, as well as I am currently trying to develop a little, like, Discord avatar type thingy that will, like, jump a little bit whenever I speak, so you're not just staring at a blank screen. You can at least stare at, like, a little animation of myself.
Oh, kind of like an animes type of deal.
Yeah, like, it's not gonna, it's gonna be like a VTuber-ish, but it's not gonna be like a full motion thingy. It's gonna be like a little PNG animation, but...
I'm here for it.
I got to draw it first, but if I get enough subs, then I'm gonna also unlock the Doodle Raid emote, which I need to re-edit. But I like his little fake Vicorn hat that Vikings never actually wore. But you know what? It's fine. I need to redo the emotes anyway. I don't like the color; it looks too pale.
It's kind of like a pale blue. I kind of like it. I'm here for it. I dig it.
If you look at it too close, then it actually is not... It's kind of an ugly grayish blue. And I want to make it a tiny bit, like, bluer, but I'm trying to figure that out. Stream logos are hard. They're so hard.
I need to redo mine.
I think yours looks really good, though. It's cute. It's very cute. It's very adorable.
Okay. Now it's my turn, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Although, would you mind if I hurried and took a quick break? I need to maybe use the restroom really quick.
Nope, we are good. We will take a breather.
Let's take a quick break, you guys. I might play a quick round of ads while the break's going on. Just because I want to get into the habit of that slightly a little bit too, because that's good for business. And it makes advertisers go, "Ooh, he's pretty." And I want to be sexy for advertisers.
I would, but I don't know how, so we're just going to leave it at not happening.
You go to you go to your stream manager in Twitch. Like on the website. And it can be one of the quick actions that you can add, or it's just a normal action, but on the right hand side in your stream manager, yeah, you can run a little ad break. 1, 2, 3, even 5 minutes. But 5 minutes feels excessive. I think 3 is the max I would do. Unless I needed a really long break, but...
Oh yeah, I'll do a 230, 150-second ad break.
Well, you saw it?
I found it!
Alright, well...
We'll be back!
We'll be back after these short messages. Also, if you are sick of ads, you can always subscribe to my channel and you won't see any ads.
Doodle?
I got a shill. What?
Lay off the drugs.
Okay. Okay. I'm high on death. I'm not alive. Okay, back, guys. See you in a bit.
My ad break is preparing. Ad break is preparing. Apparently.
Panda.
Huzzah.
Oh, mine says it's preparing too. 30 seconds, 29, 28.
Mine's at 16 seconds left, so apparently we're going to take another 2-minute ad break. I love you. We're not competent.
That's awkward. I'll have to wait for the... I wonder... Weird. I wonder what's going on.
I don't know.
Maybe I didn't, like, sufficiently, like, vamp for time or something.
Oh, maybe it did it? I don't know. Because now it says run.
Oh, okay. So it ran, but then it's preparing another one. Like, it doesn't want you to just, like, spam ad breaks. It wants
I wouldn't want to spam ad breaks either. That's not a good way to spend people's time.
I don't think anybody would, but I am sure there are bot channels that are just like, here's an ad, here's an ad, here's an ad, here's an ad. And there's bots that are in the chat like, so.
Farming Twitch.
Exactly.
I just stopped playing with a box cutter and cutting envelopes open while I sit here. I just stopped doing that.
You should stop playing with a box cutter. End of story, I feel like.
End of discussion.
That is the last matter on there. That is the last word on the matter. Maybe.
We're done.
Exactly.
Okay, so now we're on chapter 4, which is Flourish and Lots.
With the scariest freaking thing I've seen.
Terrifying.
It's
somehow accurate.
I mean, that is totally him. It's absolutely him, but it's like, blah. He looks like a creep.
It looks like you shouldn't be allowed within 500 meters of a school.
You should, but
Candy
we're not
van.
Talk about that yet.
He's like, candy van, luring kids with my candy van.
Look out!
Here comes the candy van. Life at the Burrow.
Sorry, go ahead.
Life at the Burrow was different as possible from life on Privet Drive. The Dursleys liked everything neat and ordered. The Weasleys' house burst with strange and unexpected. Harry got a shock the first time he looked in the mirror over the kitchen mantel, and it shouted, "Tuck in your shirt, Scruffy!" Fucking mirror. I'd be terrified. Why do you have 3 chins?
I swear, like, that would be... Eat some broccoli, Tubby, is what the mirror would yell at me every single
Put down the ice cream!
Mrs. Weasley! Your mirror's being mean to me!
I need a therapist.
And you know that they bought that mirror with, like, the best intentions. Like, Mrs. Weasley was like, oh, it's just a mirror that will remind us, like, make sure you tuck in your shirt, make sure your hair is combed, but they had to buy it at a discount, and so it's like...
Tuck in your shirt!
To them. Tuck in your shirt, Scruffy!
Clean up your boots, you slob!
Were you born in a barn? Would you like some hay?
Molly's down there cleaning the floor. Swab the deck!
And she's just silently, because no, the mirror respects Molly because it's saying what she's capable of. She's like, I will murder you 3 days to Wednesday, or 3 ways to Wednesday. Don't test me, boy.
Don't push me.
Don't push me. My sons just flew a car.
Tuck in your shirt, Scruffy! The ghoul in the attic howled and dropped pipes whenever he felt things were getting too quiet. And small explosions from Fred and George's bedroom were considered perfectly normal. What Harry found most unusual about life at Ron's, however, wasn't the talking mirror or the clanking ghoul. It was the fact that everybody there seemed to like him. Mrs. Weasley fussed over the state of his socks and tried to force him to eat 4 helpings at every meal. Mr. Weasley liked Harry to sit next to him at dinner so that he could bombard him with questions about life with muggles, asking him to explain how things like plugs and the postal service worked. Fascinating, he would say as Harry talked him through the use of a telephone. Ingenious, really, how many ways muggles have found of getting along without magic. Like, I think telephones are faster than your owl there, buddy, but carry on.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, they're barely surviving.
Harry heard from Hogwarts once. What the hell? Pick up the bat.
I just said ballpoint pen.
Ballpoint pen. I thought you said I am Batman. I'm like, whoa, that got dark.
I am Batman. Batman is proof that we don't need stupid magic. Stupid wizards. We've got Batman.
And our ballpoint pens.
And our ballpoint pens and our telephones. So up yours.
I have a ballpoint pen. Of course, I have to pick up the fucking green one. So now my it's registering it as a green screen. I'm stupid.
I should get a ballpoint pen for my little avatar.
Here, can I find another?
Be like, Flaming Wizard!
I'm a purple one.
I can write without dipping into ink!
I don't need to pluck a turkey's ass to write an essay!
I am superior! I am Zeem! That's basically what I was doing. I am Zeem! I am superior to all of you!
Oh. And then we got the freaking Voldemort laugh. Oh god. That killed us for a good 45 minutes last time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh dear, Panda says. Oh dear indeed.
Oh dear, yes. Sorry. Everything is fine. With his googly eyes. It's Leviosa. I need an adult. Swedish Chef Does Spells, brought to you by the Muppets. Oh, we're fine. We're good. We're adults. We can handle this. It's just a book.
No.
Just a book. No. Why do people let us do this without adult supervision?
I think because we're adults.
Am I? When did I sign that damn contract?
I think it's your birth certificate.
Fuck. I didn't agree to any of this. I have finished my free trial of adulthood. I'd like to cancel my subscription, please.
Too bad you've already been locked in for the next 50 years.
Ah! Damn it.
You already paid for it, and it's too late to get the refund. You might as well just write it out.
I don't want to write it out. I need a pillow
You're
for it.
You're switching the word adult a bit too far, Doodles, says Panda. To be fair, I think every adult maybe switches that word out a tiny bit too far. Shall we?
Oh my god, yes.
Harry heard from Hogwarts, looks like.
Yeah. One sunny morning, about a week after he arrived at the Burrow, he and Ron went down to breakfast to find Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny already sitting at the kitchen table. The moment he saw Harry, Ginny accidentally knocked her porridge bowl to the floor with a loud clatter. Ginny seemed to be very prone to knocking things over whenever Harry entered a room. She dived under the table to retrieve the bowl and emerged with a face glowing like the setting sun. Pretending he hadn't noticed this, Harry sat down and took the toast Mrs. Weasley offered him. Letters from school, said Mr. Weasley, passing Harry and Ron identical envelopes of yellowish parchment, addressed in green ink. Dumbledore already knows you're here, Harry. Doesn't miss a trick, that man. You've got them... Oh my god, I can't read. You've got them too, he added as Fred and George ambled in, still in their pajamas. A few minutes later, there was silence as they all read their letters. Harry told them to catch the Hogwarts Express as usual. Harry's told him to catch the Hogwarts Express. Holy fuck, I'm having a stroke.
You can do it. You can do it.
Oh, I don't think so. Harry's told him to catch the Hogwarts Express, as usual, from King's Cross Station on September the 1st. He was also a list of new books that he needed for the coming year. Second-year students will require the Standard Book of Spells, grades... Okay.
Oh no.
I have a problem.
You're gonna have a even bigger problem because Airhead is coming up next.
I can do this. I can English.
You can do this. I mean, if you mess up though a little bit, it's totally fine because...
Holy, what is wrong with my brain?
Get ready, because Twinkerbell loves the little alliteration in his titles.
Oh, God. Voldemort.
I'm gonna call Gilderoy Lockhart Twinkerbell from now on.
Twinkerbell?
Well, he's not daddy material, I can tell you that.
No.
No. He's a bottom, for sure. Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely not a switch. No. Not at all.
No.
Oh, okay. I need to English. I need help. Can someone help with the Jesus, Mary and Joseph. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Book Break.
It's wizard names. It's wizard names. They're weird. It's okay. It's okay.
Break with the Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gadding with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart. Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart. Year of the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. I'm a Complete Idiot by Gilderoy Lockhart.
That should have been their first clue that Gilderoy Lockhart was evil. Oh, he's making us buy everything.
All of the things.
How much money is he getting?
Commercialism!
I can't believe, like, Professor McGonagall was just sitting there just like, are you kidding me? Okay. Just, like, writing all these things down, just, like, muttering to herself.
And it's like college textbooks. They change slightly every year, so the one you bought the year before is no longer valid.
The year before is no longer valid, exactly.
Fred, who had just finished his own list, peered over at Harry's. You've been told to get all of Lockhart books, too. The new defense against the dark arts teacher must be a fan. I bet it's a witch.
Well, you're right about one part.
He is a fan.
Only witch at night.
There's a reason he wears lavender. At this point, Fred caught his mother's eye and quickly busied himself with the marmalade. That lot won't come cheap, said George with a quick look at his parents. Lockhart's books are really expensive. We'll manage, said Mrs. Weasley.
We're starting to have like, oh, maybe Gilderoy Lockhart's not that great.
I need an adult. I expect we'll be able to pick up a lot of Ginny's things secondhand. Oh, are you starting at Hogwarts this year? Harry asked Ginny. She nodded, blushing to the roots of her flaming red hair, put her elbow in the butter dish. Fortunately, no one saw this except Harry, because just then Ron's elder brother Percy walked in. He was already dressed, his Hogwarts prefect badge pinned to his knitted tank top. Okay.
Mine says sweater vest.
Nope. Mine says tank top.
Knitted tank top. I'm assuming that means something different in Britain, but man, that's an image.
That's an image that shall forever be burned in my head.
I've never imagined Percy as particularly like he's not fat, but he's not in shape either. He's like really gangly, right?
Right.
His arms look like noodles, just kind of hanging out.
A strong wind. You need to keep him away from strong breezes.
Yes, exactly. Like Fred and George could take this kid down in a second.
I mean, Ginny could take him down in a second. Like,
yes, absolutely.
Let's be real.
There has never been a point in Ginny's life where she hasn't been able to take down any of her brothers at any point. Let's be real.
Now all I have is his Hogwarts prefect badge pinned to his knitted tank top.
He just wears that everywhere.
Morning, all.
He has to take a bath and he's like, naked, where can I pin my badge? Oh no.
Just clips it in his hair like a bobby pin.
Mother, I need to get a nipple piercing. What? Why? Well, I have to put my badge somewhere. She just rolls her eyes at Percy. Just
Accio nipple ring.
Oh no, wait. One of the boys, when they get old enough, are like, Accio prefect badge.
Percy walks down with a blood spot on the front of his shirt because George accidentally ripped out his nipple ring.
I'm gonna kill you. He doesn't need a nipple ring to keep the piercing open. He wears that prefect badge so much in there when he showers. It just it's just constantly open.
Nippleless Reparo.
Titty tidy up.
Oh God, Panda. No, that's not okay.
It's kind of okay.
He's like, would make a huge difference. It was a Prince Albert.
Oh, no. Okay, the problem is I really don't like thinking about Prince Albert. Like, I can't imagine even getting a nipple through my piercing.
Nipple through my piercing.
Strike that, reverse it.
But then you reversed it.
Getting a piercing down below is that's
a nene.
I'm actually sweating a little bit right now. Legitimately, I felt a little pale and like I'm sweating a little bit just thinking about it.
Doodle's safe wording out of that situation.
Oh, it's not even safe wording. It's absolute terror.
It's a hard limit.
Like, that is fear. I am legitimately scared that is going to somehow, like, I'm gonna get kidnapped and they're gonna take me to a piercing parlor. You're like, we're gonna pierce your pee-pee. No!
No!
And I kid you not, that has been a nightmare of mine.
Oh God.
I was like, you won't tell me where the information is, or we'll give you a Prince Albert. I don't know it. I don't know it.
2 + 2 is 4. 2 + 2 is 4.
And then I woke up and I was like, wow, I'm really sad.
Then you woke up and you're like, I need an adult. I don't feel safe.
Legitimately, I woke up and I was like, middle of the night, I need a nap.
I need to not be where I am right now.
I spent the next stream reconsidering like my life's choices and how I got to here.
Right?
I'm like, oh gosh. Sorry.
Oh, we're fine. Where were we? Nipple rings, prefect badges, Prince Albert's.
Morning,
Got it.
All.
Morning all.
Morning all. Morning all.
Morning all with his nipple ring, said Percy briskly. Lovely day as he polishes it. He sat down and he said, oh, Jesus. He sat down in the only remaining chair, but leapt up again almost immediately, pulling from underneath him a molten gray feather duster. At least that's what Harry thought it was, until he saw it was breathing.
Oh, I love this owl!
Owl! Said Ron, taking the limp owl from Percy's ass and extracting a letter from its wing. Finally, he's got Hermione's answer. I wrote to her saying we were going to try and rescue you from the Dursleys. He carried Errol to a perch just inside the back door and tried to stand him on it, but Errol flopped straight off again, so Ron laid him on the draining board instead. You would too if you'd just come out of Percy's butt. Muttering.
He's only wearing the knit top.
The knit top, the prefect badge, and nothing else!
He forgot a little bit that there was company around.
He forgot the pants were a thing.
Mm.
He carried pathetic, and then he ripped open Hermione's letter and read it out loud. Poor Aspert. Dear Ron and Harry, if you're there, I hope everything went alright and Harry is okay, and that you didn't do anything illegal to get him out, Ron, because that would get Harry into trouble too. I've been really worried, and if Harry is alright, would you please let me know at once, but perhaps it would be better if you used a different owl, because I think another delivery might finish your one off.
Hermione's like, okay, Ron, listen, I know you guys are poor, but maybe it's time for you to think about getting a new model.
Or teaching the rat to fly, one of the two.
She's like, you better just send Scabbers.
It'd be faster and safer. I'm very busy with schoolwork, of course. How can she be, said Ron and Hor. We're on holiday, and we're going to London next Wednesday to buy my new books. Why don't we meet in Diagon Alley? Let me know what's happening as soon as you can. Love, from Hermione. Well, that fits in nicely. We can all go and get your things done, too, said Mrs. Weasley, starting to clear the table. What are you all up to today? Harry, Ron, Fred, and George were planning to go up the hill to a small paddock the Weasleys owned. It was surrounded by trees that blocked it from view of the village below, meaning they could practice Quidditch there as long as they didn't fly too high. They couldn't use real Quidditch balls, which would have been hard to explain if they escaped and flown their way over to the village. Instead, they threw apples for each other to catch, took turns to ride hiding the broomstick.
Come on, guys, give me back my broom.
To ride Harry's Nimbus 2000, which was easily the best broom. Ron's old shooting star was often outstriped by passing butterflies. It's those damn Beauxbaton attacking butterflies. 5 minutes later, they were marching up the hill, broomsticks over their shoulders, and they asked Parsley.
Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme.
Do you need an adult, or are you okay?
No, his name's Parsley now. I've decided.
It is
Parsley now.
It is done. So it'll be written, so it'll be done.
Yep.
Motion passes.
Motion passes.
Write it in the minutes, we'll take it up in the next meeting. Data asked Parsley if he wanted to join them, but he said he was busy. Harry had only seen Percy at mealtime so far. He stayed shut in his room the rest of the time. Wish I knew what he was up to, said Fred, frowning. He's not himself. His exam results came the day before you did. 12 owls, and he hardly gloated at all. Ordinary wizarding levels, George explained, seeing Harry's puzzled look. Bill got 12 too. If we're not careful, we'll have another head boy in the family. I don't think I can stand the shame. Priorities. Bill was the oldest Weasley brother. He and the next brother, Charlie, had already left Hogwarts. Harry never met either of them, but he knew that Charlie was in Romania studying dragons, and Bill was in Egypt working for the Wizard Bank Gringotts. Don't know how Mum and Dad are going to afford all of our school stuff this year, said George after a while. 5 sets of Lockhart books, and Ginny needs robes and a wand and everything? Harry said nothing. He felt a bit awkward. Stored in an underground vault at Gringotts in London was a small fortune that his parents had left him. Of course, it was only in the wizarding world that he had money. He couldn't use galleons, sickles, and nuts in muggle shops. He'd never mentioned his Gringotts bank account to the Dursleys. He didn't think their horror of anything connected to the magic world would stretch to a large pile of gold. Mrs. Weasley woke them all early the following Wednesday. After a quick half-dozen bacon sandwiches each, they... How do you eat 6 bacon sandwiches?
Very pleasantly, if you don't mind me saying so.
I would die.
Yes, of happiness. It's Mrs. Dursley's cooking. Are you kidding me? I bet that tastes like heaven.
Probably. I'm not gonna fault you for that one.
Like, if I'm gonna have tummy troubles, I will have tummy troubles because I ate Mrs. Dursley's cooking over and over again. Like, yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mrs. Dursley. I am a fan.
Dursley? Weasley. Weasley! We don't like Dursley.
I think Petunia could have gone on a different path if she had just married a better man, but...
I don't think so. I think she was always a sniveling weasel.
Well...
I'm telling Mom!
I'm telling Mom. Let's be fair, though. She was the younger sister, maybe. Or wasn't she? No. She was the...
Older.
She was the older sister. Darn it.
Ow. I remember I just smacked myself with the metal dangly thing on my bookmark. It's fine.
Don't do that.
I probably shouldn't have.
You should have read the safety manual.
Right? Do not smack me in face with metal part of bookmark. Sincerely, manufacturer. They pulled on their coats and Mrs. Weasley took a flower pot off the kitchen mantel and peered inside. We're running low, Arthur, she sighed. Love to buy some more today. Oh well, guess first. After you, Harry dear. She offered him the flower pot. Harry stared at them all, watching him. What am I supposed to do? He stammered. He He's never traveled by Floo powder, said Ron suddenly. Sorry, Harry, I forgot. Never? Said Mr. Weasley. But how did you get to Diagon Alley to buy your school things last year? I went on the underground. Really? Said Mr. Weasley eagerly. Were there escapadors? How
He is a child!
I love that.
Mrs. Weasley is running the whole house by herself.
Yes, because he's over here going, escapadors?
Escapadors? What is the function of a rubber duck?
Oh, speaking of which, I just grabbed this. What is the function of a rubber duck?
It is to bring happiness and
It
joy
is
and
a
distract
pink-
tiny children like us.
It is a pink princess rubber duck.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. I don't even have to see it. I know exactly which one you're talking
A
about.
pink princess rubber duck.
I love it.
Anyway,
I
focusing.
love it.
Adulting, focusing, books, got it, right, reading.
Books.
What are escapadors? How exactly? Not now, Arthur, said Mrs. Weasley. Floo powder is a lot quicker, dear, but goodness me, if you've never used it before, you'll be all right, Mum, said Fred. Harry, watch us first. He took a pinch of glittering powder out of the flower pot, stepped up to the fire, threw the powder into the flames. With a roar, the fire turned emerald green and rose higher than Fred, who stepped right into it and shouted, Diagon Alley, and vanished. You must speak clearly, dear, Mrs. Weasley told Harry as George dipped his hand in the flower pot. And mind you get out at the right gate. Great. The right what? Said Harry nervously as the fire roared and whipped George out of sight too. There's an awful lot of wizard fires to choose from, you know, but as long as you've spoken clearly. You'll be fine, Molly, don't fuss, said Mr. Weasley, helping himself to Floo powder too. But dear, if he got lost, how would we ever explain this to his aunt and uncle? They wouldn't mind, Harry reassured her. Dudley would think it was a brilliant joke if I got lost up a chimney. Don't worry about that. Well, all right. You go after Arthur, said Mrs. Weasley. Now, when you get up to the fire, say where you're going, and keep your elbows tucked in, Ron advised, and your eyes shut, said Mrs. Weasley. Soot. Don't fidget, said Ron, or you might, well, fall out of the wrong fireplace. But don't panic, and don't get out early. Wait until you see Fred and George. Trying hard to bear all this in mind, Harry took a pinch of Floo powder, walked to the edge of the fire, took a deep breath, scattered the powder into the flames, stepped forward. The fire felt like a warm breeze as he opened his mouth and immediately swallowed a lot of hot ash. Diagon Alley! He coughed.
Did he say diagonally?
It felt as though he was being sucked down a giant oh my god. Plug hole. I read butthole.
Okay, well, I think, what does being sucked down a giant butthole feel like?
I
Would
wouldn't
you mind telling
know.
us?
I wouldn't know. Yep, it's plug. It's not butt.
Mine just says giant drain.
Mine says giant plug hole.
Like the safer choice.
It is the safer choice because then your people don't read butthole instead of plug hole.
Well, you know what? What is done is done.
Uncle Virgin, it's fine.
Uncle Virgin and giant butthole, it's fine.
This is not a Harry Potter stream for children.
No. I mean, you can bring your kids here. They'll learn stuff.
Learn all of the things.
All of the things.
Okay, so it is a plug hole, not a butthole. I'm remembering that. Okay. She seemed to be spinning very fast. The roaring in his ears was deafening. He tried to keep his eyes open, but the whirl of green flames made him feel sick. Something hard knocked his elbow, and he tucked it in tightly, still spinning. Now it felt as cold hands were slapping his face. Squinting through his glasses, he saw a blurred stream of fireplaces and snatched glimpses of the rooms beyond. His bacon sandwiches were churning inside him. He closed his eyes again, wishing it would stop, and then he fell, face forward, into cold stone, and felt his glasses shatter.
He fell into cold stone? Ooh, that's lucky.
Ice cream for all!
It's just some random cold stone employee's like, can I have you?
Would you like a butterscotch ripple?
How about the birthday cake ice cream? It's really good. Would you like it in 11 size? It's like, yes, please.
Okay. Now we're at Cold Stone Creamery through the butthole. Got it.
Well, I mean, isn't that how everybody visits Coldstone?
Through the butthole.
Through a butthole? Or at least that's how Coldstone visits you later.
God damn it. A glass case nearby held a withered hand. Oh no, I skipped a whole fucking paragraph. Dizzy and bruised, covered in soot, he got gingerly to his feet, holding his broken glasses up to his eyes. He was quite alone, but where he was, he had no idea. He could tell that he was standing in a stone fireplace in what looked like a large, dimly lit wizard shop, but nothing in here ever likely to be on a Hogwarts school list. A glass case nearby held a withered hand on a cushion, a blood-stained pack of cards, and a staring glass eye. Evil-looking masks leered down from the walls, an assortment of human bones lay upon the counter, and rusty, spiked instruments hung from the ceiling. Even worse, the dark, narrow street Harry could see through the dusty shop window was definitely not Diagon Alley. The sooner he got out of here, the better. Nose still stinging where it had hit the hearth, Harry made his way swiftly, silently, towards the door. Before he got halfway to it, two people appeared on the other side of the glass, and one of them was the very last person Harry wanted to meet when he was lost, covered in soot, and wearing broken glasses. Draco Malfoy. Harry looked quickly around and spotted a large black cabinet to his left. He shot inside it and pulled the doors to. Wah, 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 foreshadowing. He shot inside it.
he opened the doors again. He's at Hogwarts. Crap.
Literal hell happened here. Why couldn't this be the way we got to Diagon Alley except through the butthole?
I like this way better.
Harry looked quickly around, spotted a large black cabinet to his left. He shot inside it and pulled the doors to, leaving a small crack to peer through. Seconds later, a bell clanged and the Malfoy stepped into the shop. The man who followed could only be his father. He had the same pale, pointed face and identical cold gray eyes. Mr. Malfoy crossed the shop, looking lazily at the items on display, and rang a bell on the counter before turning to his son and saying, "Touch nothing, Draco." Malfoy, who had reached for a glass eye, said, "I thought we were going to buy me a present. I said I would buy you a racing broom," said his father, drumming his fingers on the counter. "What's the good if I'm not on the house team?" said Malfoy, looking sulky and bad-tempered. "Harry Potter got a Nimbus 2000 last year, special permission from Dumbledore so he could play for Gryffindor. He's not even that good, it's just because he's famous for having a stupid scar on his forehead." Malfoy bent down to examine a shelf full of skulls. "Everyone thinks he's so smart. Wonderful Potter with his scar and his broomstick." "You've told me this at least a dozen times already," said Mr. Malfoy with a quelling look at his son, "and I will remind you that it is not prudent to appear less than fond of Harry Potter, not when most of our kind regard him as the hero who made the Dark Lord disappear. Ah, Mr. Borgin." A stooping man had appeared behind the counter, smoothing his greasy hair back from his face. "Mr. Malfoy, what a pleasure it is to see you again," said Mr. Borgin in a voice as oily as his hair. "Delighted, and young Master Malfoy too. Charmed. How may I be of assistance? I must show you, just in today, very reasonably priced." "I'm not buying today, Mr. Borgin, but selling," said Mr. Malfoy. "Selling?" A smile faded slightly from Borgin's face. "You have heard, of course, that the Ministry is conducting more raids," said Mr. Malfoy, taking a roll of parchment from his inside pocket and unraveling it for Mr. Borgin to read. "I have a few, items at home that might embarrass me if the Ministry were to call." Mr. Borgin fixed a... Yeah. I don't even know what the fuck that word is.
Hold on, let me look it up really quick. Let me see. We can find out in 2 seconds. So like here. Pince-nez
I think it's like a
glasses.
spectacle?
Yes, they are, but...
Like, without
Oh, it's the kind
arms?
with a string attached to them. Yeah.
Oh, we're just gonna say
It's like-
glasses.
It's like a monocle, but
I can
it's
read.
2
I'm not
instead of 1.
illegitimate.
Yeah, but they're basically like...
They're glasses
Yeah.
is what they are, and we're gonna go with that because I'm not smart enough to read that word. To his
glasses without the arms.
Yep.
Pince-nez.
Pince-nez. To his nose and looked down the list. The Ministry wouldn't presume to trouble you, sir, surely. Mr. Malfoy's lip curled. "I have not been visited yet. The name Malfoy still commands a certain respect." Yet the Ministry grows ever more meddlesome. There are rumors about new Muggle Protection Act. No doubt a flea-bitten Muggle-loving fool Arthur Weasley is behind it. Harry felt a hot surge of anger. And as you see, certain of these poisons might make it appear. I understand, sir. Of course, Mr. Borgin. Let me see. Can I have that? Interrupted Draco, pointing at the withered hand on the cushion. Ah, the Hand of Glory, said Mr. Borgin, abandoning Mr. Malfoy's list and scurrying over to Draco. Insert a candle, and it gives light only to the holder. Best friend of thieves and plunderers, your son has fine taste, sir. I hope my son will amount to more than a thief or a plunderer, Borgin, said Malfoy coldly. Mr. Borgin said quickly, No offense, sir. No offense meant. Though, if his school marks don't pick up, said Mr. Malfoy more coldly still, that may indeed be all he is fit for. It's not my fault, retorted Draco. The teachers all have favorites. That Hermione Granger. I would have thought you'd be ashamed that a girl of no wizard family beat you in every exam, snapped Mr. Malfoy. Ha! Harry said under his breath, pleased to see Draco looking both abashed and angry. It's the same all over, said Mr. Borgin, his oily voice. Wizard blood is counting for less everywhere. Not with me, said Mr. Malfoy, whose long nostrils flaring. No, sir. Nor with me, sir, said Mr. Borgin, with a deep bow. In that case, perhaps we can return to my list, said Mr. Malfoy shortly. I am in something of a hurry, Borgin. I have important business elsewhere today. They started to haggle. Harry watched nervously as Draco drew nearer and nearer to his hiding place, examining the objects for sale. He paused to examine a long coil of hangman's rope, and to read, smirking, the card propped on a magnificent necklace of opals. Caution. Bum, bum, bum. Foreshadowing. Do not touch. Cursed. Has claimed the lives of 19 Muggle owners to date. Draco turned away and saw the cabinet right in front of him. He walked forward, stretched out his hand for the handle. Done, said Mr. Malfoy at the counter. Come, Draco. Here, puppy.
Yeah, no, really.
Harry wiped his forehead on his sleeve as Draco turned away. Good day to you, Mr. Borgin. I'll expect you at the manor tomorrow to pick up the goods. The moment the door had closed, Mr. Borgin dropped his oily manner. Good day to yourself, Mr. Malfoy. And if the stories are true, you haven't sold me half of what's hidden in your manor. Muttering darkly, Mr. Borgin disappeared into the back room. Harry waited for a minute in case he came back, then, quietly as he could, slipped out of the cabinet, past the glass cases, and out the shop door. Clutching his broken glasses to his face, he stared around. He had emerged into a dingy alleyway that seemed to be made up entirely of shops devoted to the dark arts. The one he'd just left, Borgin and Burke's, looked like the largest, but opposite was a nasty window display of shrunken heads, and 2 doors down, a large cage was alive with gigantic black spiders. Ugh. No, thank you. 2 shabby...
Actually, I'm okay with spiders. Sorry.
I am not, and I'm also not okay with nope ropes. Danger noodles.
Are good in my book. I like a cute note rope.
I only like the nope rope if it wears a hat.
I'll make sure to put a hat on a nope rope then for you.
Absolutely, you will. Sombrero, preferably, please.
Okay.
2 shabby-looking wizards were watching him from the shadow of a doorway, muttering to each other. Feeling jumpy, Harry set off, trying to hold his glasses on straight and hoping against hope that he'd be able to find a way out of here. An old wooden street sign hung over a shop selling poisonous candles told him he was in Nocturne Alley. This didn't help, as Harry had never heard of such a place. He supposed he hadn't spoken clearly enough with his mouth full of ashes back in the Weasley's fire. Trying to stay calm, he wondered what to do. Not lost, are you, my dear? Said a voice in his ear, making him jump. An aged witch stood in front of him, holding a tray of what looked horribly like whole human fingernails. She leered at him, showing mossy teeth. Harry backed away. I'm fine, thanks, said Harry. I'm just... Harry! What do you think you're doing down here? Harry's heart leapt, and so did the witch. A load of fingernails cascaded over her feet and cursed, as a massive form of Hagrid, the Hogwarts groundskeeper, came striding towards them, beetle black eyes flashing over his great bristling beard. Hagrid! Harry croaked in relief. I was lost. Flu powder. Hagrid seized Harry by the scruff of the neck and pulled him away from the witch. Huh? I'm lost.
I just imagine that. It's like, you know, like when cats get like picked up by the scruff of their necks, they're kind of like, Mom.
all you see is Hagrid. He's got like Harry by the scruff of his neck, his feet dangling as he's carrying him off.
Harry's like got his like hands like cat paws, and he's like, Daddy got me.
I'm okay.
Like, Mommy's got me. It's okay. I'm safe now.
I'm okay. So Hagrid seized Harry by the scruff of the neck and pulled him away from the witch, knocking the tray right out of her hands. Her shrieks followed them all the way along the twisting alleyway, out into the bright sunlight. Harry saw a familiar, snow-white marble building in the distance. Gringotts Bank. Hagrid had steered him right into Diagon Alley. You're a mess, said Hagrid gruffly, brushing shit off of Harry so forcefully it nearly knocked him into the barrel of dragon dung outside of the apothecary. Skulking around Nocturne Alley? I don't know, dodgy place, Harry. Don't want no one to see you're down there. I realize that, said Harry, ducking as Hagrid made to brush him off again. I told you, I was lost. What were you doing down there anyway? I was looking for flesh-eating slug repellent, growled Hagrid. They're ruining the school's cabbages. Not on your own? I'm staying with the Weasleys, but we got separated, Harry explained. I've got to go and find them. They set off together down the street. How come you never wrote back to me, said Hagrid, as Harry jogged alongside him. He had to take 3 steps to every stride of Hagrid's enormous boots. Harry explained all about Dobby and the Dursleys. Ruddy muggles, growled Hagrid. If I'd have known... Harry! Harry, over here! Harry looked up and saw Hermione Granger standing at the top of the white flight of stairs at Gringotts. She ran down to meet them, her bushy brown hair flying behind her. What happened to your glasses? Hello, Hagrid. Oh, it's wonderful to see you again. Are you coming to Gringotts, Harry? As soon as I found the Weasleys, said Harry. Oh, you won't have long to wait, grinned Hagrid. Harry and Hermione looked around. Sprinting up the crowded street were Ron, Fred, George, Percy, and Mr. Weasley. Harry, Mr. Weasley panted. We hope you'd only gone one grade too far. He mopped his glistening bald patch. Molly's frantic. She's coming now. Where did you come out? Ron asked. Nocturne Alley, said Hagrid grumly. Brilliant, said Fred and George together. We've never been allowed in.
I just want to say really quick, in mine, it says excellent, says Fred and George, and I'm like, oh, it's Bill and Ted.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure Down Nocturne Alley.
Excellent.
Totally. I need a drink.
Radical, dude. That's awesome.
Where's my water? My throat hurts.
Mine always hurts.
It's so dry in my apartment. My lip is like the skin on my lips is flaking. It's horrible.
Oh, jeez.
It's atrocious. Brilliant. It hurts.
Sorry.
I've never been allowed in, said Ron enviously. I should pretty well think not, growled Hagrid. Mrs. Weasley now came galloping into view, her handbag swinging wildly in one hand, Ginny just clinging to the other one. Oh, Harry, my dear, you could have been anywhere. Gasping for breath, she pulled large clothes brush out of her bag and began sweeping off the soot Hagrid hadn't managed to beat away. Mr. Weasley took Harry's glasses, gave him a tap of his wand, and returned them good as new. Well, gotta be off, said Hagrid. He was having his hand wrung by Mrs. Weasley. Nocturne Alley, if you hadn't found him, Hagrid, see her at Hogwarts. And he strode away, head and shoulders taller than everyone else on the packed street. Guess who I saw in Borgin and Burke's? Harry asked Ron, Hermione, as they climbed the Gringotts steps. Malfoy and his father. Did Lucius Malfoy buy anything? said Mr. Weasley sharply behind them. No, he was selling. So he's worried, said Mr. Weasley with grim satisfaction. Oh, I'd love to get Lucius Malfoy for something. You be careful, Arthur, said Mrs. Weasley sharply, as they were ushered into the bank by a bowing goblin at the door. That family's trouble. Don't go biting off more than you can chew. So you don't think I'm a match for Lucius Malfoy? said Mr. Weasley indignantly, but he was distracted almost at once by the sight of Hermione's parents, who were standing nervously at the counter that ran all along the great marble hall, waiting for Hermione to introduce them. But you're muggles, said Mr. Weasley delightedly. We must have a drink. What's that you've got there? Oh, you're exchanging muggle money? Molly, look! He pointed excitedly at the 10-pound note. And Mr. Granger's... I wonder what the exchange rate between British pound and...
considering how awful these people can be to muggles, it's probably not great.
Probably not. I'm gonna go with it sucks.
They're both dentists, so I don't know if that's a movie fact or if it's a book fact, but if they're both dentists, they're making at least decent money, so they'll be able to afford crap, but... Oh, jeez.
You know, parents are like, I want to send my kid to a private school, and here they go sending him to, like, one of the most expensive private schools on the planet for them, because the exchange rate is atrocious.
Honestly. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I just got really excited for 2 seconds, because I just realized the Animal Crossing DLC is out, and I'm like, oh yes, I gotta do that tomorrow, I'm so excited!
Deep breath, in through your nose, out through your belly button. That always causes you to pause, which makes you breathe, which is good.
Well, I have good news and bad news. Good news, I still can't breathe through my belly button. Bad news is I definitely breathe through my butt. So,
good to know. It's that butt plug.
It smells a bit like Hawaiian barbecue right now, which, I mean, not
terrible.
terrible.
I really don't want to know that your butt smells like Hawaiian barbecue. That is not something I needed to know, but thank you for sharing.
My butt doesn't smell like that. My farts do. There's a difference.
Your farts smell like Hawaiian barbecue. 10-4 rubber ducky. Harry Potter and the Hawaiian barbecue.
Actually, sorry. There's this really. It's so dumb, but.
That's okay. I have a bookmark for a reason.
It's so good. It's just like they have chicken that they have like panko breaded and fried. They have this steak that they marinate in this wonderful teriyaki sauce. They have this great like pork from a whole pig that they like roast. I'm salivating now just thinking about it, and I just ate it. It's good. Just if you get a chance, you gotta try Hawaiian barbecue. Anyways,
I am desperate for some fried freaking chicken, and it is hurting my soul that I have none.
KFC or not like that kind of fried chicken?
I don't care. KFC, Popeyes, it needs to be chicken and it needs to be deep fried, and I need it in my face hole.
It's late for you. That's probably not open. That's why, huh?
No, I'm broke. There's a difference.
That would do it.
I would kill for some fried chicken for my birthday.
Your birthday?
My birthday.
When is your birthday?
Next week.
Next week?
Next week?
Goodness. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. We're going to have to make sure that I give you a happy birthday notice.
It's the happiest of birthdays.
Happiest of a birthdays?
Back to the butt plugs, Hawaiian barbecue, and Arthur Weasley.
Good.
What a combination. We're talking about exchange rates. Meet you back here, Ron said to Hermione as the Weasleys and Harry were led off to their underground vaults by another Gringotts goblin. The vaults were reached by means of small, goblin-driven carts that sped along miniature train tracks through the bank's underground tunnels. Harry enjoyed the breakneck journey down to the Weasleys' vault, but felt dreadful, far worse than he had in Nocturne Alley when it was opened. There was a very small pile of silver sickles inside, and just one gold galleon. Mrs. Weasley felt right into the corners before sweeping the whole lot into her bag. Harry felt even worse when they reached his vault. He tried to block the contents from view as he hastily shoved handfuls of coins into a leather bag. Back outside on the marble steps, they all separated. Percy muttered vaguely about needing a new quill. Fred and George spotted their friend from Hogwarts, Lee Jordan, and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were going to second-hand robe shop. Mr. Weasley was insisting on taking the Grangers off to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. We'll all meet at Flourish and Blotts in an hour to buy your books, said Mrs. Weasley, setting off with Ginny. And not one step down Nocturne Alley, she shouted to the twins, retreating back. Harry, Ron, and Hermione strolled off along the winding, cobbled street, a bag of gold, silver, and bronze jangling clearly. Holy fuck. Jangling? I can do this. It's getting to the end, so my brain is not braining.
The end of the stream or end of the chapter?
Well, we're going to do my chapter and then your chapter, and that'll probably be the end of the night.
That's true.
Jangling cheerfully in Harry's pocket was clamoring to be spent, so he bought 3 large strawberry and peanut butter ice creams. That's gross. Strawberry and peanut butter ice creams.
I don't know how to feel about that.
I feel kind of violated. A little bit. Which they slurped happily as they... Don't slurp, that's gross. Happily as they wandered up the... peanut butter, strawberries, and their slurping. All three of things are offensive. Examining the fascinating shop windows, Ron gazed longingly at a full set of Chudley cannons, robes, and the windows of quality Quidditch supplies, until Hermione dragged them off to buy ink and parchment next door. In Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop, they met Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, who were stocking up on Dr. Filibuster's fabulous Wet Start No Heat fireworks. Okay, I can't say jangling cheerfully, but I got that out in one swoop.
Hey, you're great.
The hell? In a tiny junk shop full of broken wands, wonky brass scales, and old cloaks covered... Aw, Doodle. Thank you.
Go get you some chicken on your birthday.
My chicken on my birthday.
Go get you some chicken.
Thank you. That goes to the chicken fund.
Yes.
I greatly appreciate that. My stream went ching. I'm like, whoa, what's happening? Great. No, I don't know what's happening. Dr. Filibuster's brassy old scales, old cloaks covered in potion stains. They found Percy deeply immersed in a small and deeply boring book called Prefects Who Gained Power.
Oh my gosh.
Because it's through his nipple. A study of Hogwarts prefects and their later careers, Ron read aloud off the back cover. That sounds fascinating. Go away, Percy snapped. Of course, he's very ambitious. Percy's got it all planned out. He wants to be Minister of Magic, Ron told Harry and Hermione in an undertone as they left Percy to it. An hour later, they headed for Flourish and Blots, where they were no means the only one making their way to the bookshop. As they approached it, they saw to their surprise a large crowd jostling outside the doors trying to get in. The reason for this was proclaimed by a large banner stretched across the upper windows. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me, today, 12:30 to 4:30 p.m. We can actually meet him, Hermione squealed. I mean, he's written almost the whole book list. It's because he frickin' said it.
He said it. I'm just going to say this out loud right here. Like, I think Hermione's more excited to meet him, not because she knows about him, but just because he was the one who wrote the book list. She's like,
he wrote books! She's gonna
ask him questions about his books.
She's gonna fangirl.
Simply because, like, he wrote that stuff, and it's like, oh dear.
Oh, me.
Who's Gilderoy Lockhart, by the way? Oh, he wrote the school list, though, so woo!
Harry, Ron, and Hermione squeezed inside. A long queue wound right around the back of the shop where Gilderoy Lockhart was signing his books. They each grabbed a copy of Break with the Banshee and sneaked up the line to where the rest of the Weasleys were standing with Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Oh, there you are.
Oh, sorry, for 2 seconds. You grabbed a copy of Break with the Banshee?
Yeah.
Okay, this is really strange. Here's what the American version says. They each grabbed a copy of the Standard Book of Spells Grade 2 and sneaked up the line to where the rest of the Weasleys were standing.
No, mine says they each grabbed a copy of Break with a Banshee and sneaked up the line to where the rest of the Weasleys were standing.
Yeah, I don't doubt you. I'm just like, of all the changes, that... I wonder if...
Well, we've been running into those since we started doing the Harry Potter series because you have the American books and I have the British ones.
Well, that's true, but usually they've been, like, changes according to, like, phrases that, like, British versus American, like...
Tank
say,
top,
like,
sweater vest.
Yeah, tank top instead of sweater vest, or, like, I think one of the
sweater instead of jumper.
Like, yeah. And there's a couple of examples just earlier, but never has it been something as, like, pedantic as, like, changing the title of a book completely. It's not like,
and that book that I read out is actually on the book list, so why are they I don't know.
Well, this one was on the book list too, but it was the first book. It's not a Gilderoy Lockhart book, but
so it doesn't fit. It's okay.
I wonder if it's like, oh, yeah, Gilderoy Lockhart's book. I have no idea why Gilderoy Lockhart. Why? I'm gonna have to think about that actually, because I'm now legitimately like, what made them decide when they made the American edition, like, okay, let's change this over to a non-Gilderoy Lockhart book.
I don't know. It's weird.
I'm gonna have to think about that. That's really curious. I'm excited to think about that. Okay. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, there you are. Good, said Mrs. Weasley. She sounded breathless and kept patting her hair. We'll be able to see him in a minute. Gilderoy Lockhart came slowly into view, seated at a table surrounded by large pictures of his own face. All winking and flashing dazzlingly white teeth at the crowd. The real Lockhart was wearing robes of forget-me-not blue, which matched exactly to his eyes. His pointed wizard's hat was set at a jaunty angle on his wavy hair. A short, irritable-looking man was dancing around taking photographs with a large back camera that emitted puffs of purple smoke with every blinding flash. Out of the way there, he snarled at Ron, moving back to get a better shot. This is for the Daily Prophet. Big deal, said Ron, rubbing his foot where the photographer had stepped on it. Gilderoy Lockhart heard him. He looked up. He saw Ron. And then he saw Harry. He stared, and then he leapt to his feet, positively shouted. It's hyphenated, so my brain went, positively shouted, "It can't be Harry! Harry Potter?" The crowd parted, whispering excitedly. Lockhart dived forward, seized Harry's arm, and pulled him to the front. The crowd burst into applause. Harry's face burned as Lockhart shook his hand from the photographer, who was clicking away madly, wafting thick smoke over the Weasleys. Nice big smile, Harry, said Lockhart through his own gleaming teeth. Together, you and I are worth the front page. When he finally let go of Harry's hand, Harry could barely feel his fingers. He tried to slide back over to the Weasleys, but Lockhart threw his arm around his shoulders and clamped him tightly to his side. Ladies and gentlemen, he said loudly, waving for quiet. What an extraordinary moment it is. The perfect moment for me to make a little announcement I've been sitting on for some time. When young Harry here stepped into Flourish and Blots today, he only wanted to buy my autobiography, which I shall be happy to present to him now, free of charge. The crowd applauded again. He had no idea, Lockhart continued, giving Harry a little shake that made his glasses slip to the end of his nose, that he would shortly be getting much, much more than my book, Magical Me. He and his schoolfellows will, in fact, be getting the real Magical Me. Ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that this September I will be taking up the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
I love that his first thought was, yes, Harry Potter is in here getting my autobiography. There's no way that
he's
a
in here
school-age student
he's in here for any other reason.
It's not like, even though he's like fully aware, oh yes, school is starting in like 2 weeks, but why is Harry Potter here?
I wonder.
It's me.
Obviously it's me. It's always me. Because I went to flip my hair on my right side and forgot there is no hair there.
You've got no hair on your right side.
Don't. It's all over here. Here, we'll just.
Girly, you didn't keep your flippin' side? Come on, you gotta keep the flippin' side.
It looked better on the right.
Okay. That's fair.
The crowd cheered and clapped as Harry found himself being presented with the entire works of Gilderoy Lockhart. Staggering slightly under their weight, he managed to make his way out of the limelight to the edge of the room where Ginny was standing next to her new cauldron. You have these, Harry mumbled to her, tipping the books into the cauldron. I'll buy my own. Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Said a voice Harry had no trouble recognizing.
Hey, look, it's Mr. I Can't Read Social Cues himself.
Yeah, right?
Like, obviously, Harry looks super uncomfortable being up there. I bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter?
No, that's actually the opposite of what was happening, but thank you, Captain Asshole.
As my boyfriend, you would think you would know this better, Malfoy. Come on, man.
Fuck, I've lost where I was. Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Said a voice Harry had no trouble recognizing. He straightened up, found himself face to face with Draco Malfoy, who was wearing his usual sneer. Famous Harry Potter, said Malfoy, can't even go into a bookshop without making the front page. Leave him alone. He didn't want all that, said Ginny. It was the first time she had spoken in front of Harry. She was glaring at Malfoy. Potter, you've got yourself a girlfriend, drawled Malfoy. Ginny went scarlet as Ron and Hermione fought their way over, both clutching stacks of Lockhart's books. Oh, it's you, said Ron, looking at Malfoy as if he were something unpleasant on the sole of his shoe. I bet you're surprised to see Harry here. Eh? Not as surprised I am to see that you're in a shop, Weasley, retorted Malfoy. I suppose your parents will go hungry for a month to pay for that lot. Ron went as red as Ginny. He dropped his books into the cauldron, too, and started towards Malfoy. But Harry and Hermione grabbed the back of his jacket. Ron, said Mr. Weasley, struggling over with Fred and George. What are you doing? It's mad in here. Let's go outside. Well, well, well. Arthur Weasley. It was Mr. Malfoy. He stood with his hand on Draco's shoulder in just the same way, sneering. Lucius, said Mr. Weasley, nodding coldly. Busy time at the Ministry, I hear, said Mr. Malfoy. All those raids. I hope they're paying you overtime. He reached into Ginny's cauldron and extracted from amidst the glossy Lockhart books a very old, very battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Obviously not, he said. Dear me, what's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it? Mr. Weasley flushed darker than either Ron or Ginny. We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of Wizard Malfoy, he said. Clearly, said Mr. Malfoy, his pale eyes staring into Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who were watching apprehensively. The company you keep, Weasley, and I thought your family could sink no lower. There was a thud of metal as Ginny's cauldron went flying. Mr. Weasley had thrown himself at Mr. Malfoy, knocking him backwards into a shelf. Dozens of heavy spellbooks came flooding down on their heads. There was a yell of, "Get him, Dad!" from Fred and George. Mrs. Weasley was shrieking, "No, Arthur, no!" The crowd stampeded back, knocking more shelves over. "Gentlemen, please, please!" cried the assistant. Then louder than all, "Break it up there, gents! Break it up!" Hagrid was waddling towards them through the sea of books. In an instant, he had pulled Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy apart. Mr. Weasley had a cut lip, and Mr. Malfoy had been hit in the eye by an encyclopedia of toadstools. He was still holding Ginny's old Transfiguration book. He thrust it at her, his eyes glittering with malice. "Here, girl, take your book. It's the best your father can give you." Pulling himself out of Hagrid's grip, he beckoned to Draco and swept from the shop. "You should have ignored him, Arthur," said Hagrid, almost lifting Mr. Weasley off his feet as he straightened his robes. "Rotten to the core, the whole family, everyone knows that. Now Malfoy's worth listening to. Bad blood, that's what it is. Come on now, let's get out of here." The assistant looked as though he wanted to stop them leaving, but he barely came to Hagrid's waist and seemed to think better of it. He hurried up the street. They hurried up the street, the Grangers shaking with fright as Mrs. Weasley was beside herself with fury. A fine example to set for your children, brawling in public. What Gilderoy Lockhart must have thought. He was pleased, his friend George. Didn't you hear him? When we were leaving, he was asking if that bloke from the Daily Prophet would be able to work the fight and do his report. Said it was all publicity. Well, but it was a subdued group who headed back to the fireside of Leaky Cauldron, where Harry, the Weasleys, and all their shopping would be traveling back to the Burrow using Floo powder. They said goodbye to the Grangers, who were leaving the pub for the Muggle Street on the other side, and Mr. Weasley started to ask how bus stops work, but stopped quickly at the look on Mrs. Weasley's face. Harry took off his glasses, put them safely in his pocket before helping himself to Floo powder. It definitely wasn't his favorite way to travel.
I want to point out, I think Hermione threw her cauldron at Malfoy, or at Lucius. There was this little offhand comment of Hermione Granger's, cauldron went flying, and I'm like, I doubt Mr. Weasley would have done that. So that was literally Hermione getting so ticked off. She actually
hurls her cauldron. She just shot puts her cauldron at Mr. Malfoy's face hole.
The Malfoys are widely regarded as at least widely enough in our little circle as bad wizards. So why do people give him the time of day? Obviously I would fight him too if he was just on my family, but everybody else, why didn't you just random strangers? I would have been "Oh, you're one to talk, Malfoy, you racist bastard," or something like that. How much you want to bet there were other wizards that were just randomly getting their kicks in, in the chaos?
Oh, Malfoy's down! Walk away! Malfoy's down! Walk away! Ow! I forgot I had a ring on and I punched my hand. That hurt.
Ow, don't do that.
Ow!
I actually think I would love that if, Malfoy came up, battered and bruised even worse than, Mr. Weasley. And it's how did this happen? I don't understand. Help me. My pale complexion can't handle this. Help.
My pale complexion bruises easily.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Panda is gearing up for something.
Oh dear.
Panda Buddy says, I think we should end this night with a little bit of a bang.
Oh, prepare yourself.
It's a Luigi time.
Gird your loins.
It's a little different than a Mario time. It's a little different, but it's a lot easier on my voice. Mario?
Okay, I am going to mute my mic because this is not going to be pretty for anybody watching my stream because
Trust me, it's not pretty for me. It's one of those few times where I'm glad I'm nothing more than a voice currently and an avatar later on screen. So, 5 minutes starting now. Wahoo! The end of the summer vacation came too quickly for Harry's liking. He was looking forward to getting back into Hogwarts, but his month at the Borough had been the happiest of his life. It was difficult not to feel jealous of Ron when he thought of the Dursleys and the sort of welcome he could expect next time he turned up on the Privet Drive. Excuse me. On the last evening, Mrs. Weasley conjured up a sumptuous dinner that included all of Harry's favorite things, ending with a mouth-watering treacle pudding. Fred and George rounded off of the evening with a display of filibuster fireworks. They filled the kitchen with a red and a blue stars that bounced from a ceiling to wall for at least a half an hour. Then it was time for a last mug of hot chocolate and the bed. It took a long while to get started next morning. They were up at the dawn, but somehow they still seemed to have a great deal to do. Mrs. Weasley dashed about in a bad mood looking for a spare socks and quills. People kept colliding on the stairs, half dressed with bits of toast in their hands. Mr. Weasley nearly broke his neck, tripping over a stray chicken as he crossed the yard, carrying Ginny's trunk to the car. Harry couldn't see how 8 people, 6 large trunks, 2 owls, and a rat were going to fit into one small Ford Anglia. Anglia, yeah. That's it. Yahoo! He had reckoned, of course, without the special features that Mr. Weasley had added. Not a word to Molly, he whispered to Harry as he opened the trunk and showed him how it had been magically expanded so that the luggage fitted easily. When at last they were all in the car, Mrs. Weasley glanced into the back seat where Harry, Ron, Fred, George, and Percy were all sitting comfortably side by side and said, Muggles do know more than we give them credit for, don't they? She and Ginny got into the front seat, which had been stretched so that it resembled a park bench. I mean, you would never know that it was this roomy from the outside, would you? Mr. Weasley started up the engine and they trundled out of the yard. Harry turning back for a last look at the house. He barely had time to wonder when he'd see it again when they were back. George had forgotten his box of filibuster fireworks. 5 minutes after that, they skidded to a halt in the yard so that Fred could run in for his broomstick. They had reached the highway when Ginny shrieked that she had left her diary. By the time she had clambered back into the car, they were running very late and tempers were running high. Foreshadowing. Bam. Oh yeah. Mr. Weasley glanced at his watch and then at his wife. Molly dear, no Arthur. No one would see this little button here is an invisibility booster I installed. That'll get us up in the air. Then we'd fly above the clouds. We'd be there in 10 minutes and no one would be any the wiser. I said no, Arthur, not in the broad daylight. They reached the King's Cross at 11:15. Mr. Weasley dashed across the road to get trolleys for their trunks, and they all hurried to the station. Harry had caught the Hogwarts Express the previous year. The tricky part wasn't getting onto the platform 9 3/4, which wasn't visible to the Muggle eye. What you had to do was walk through the solid barrier dividing platforms 9 and 10. It didn't hurt, but it had to be done carefully so that none of the Muggles noticed you vanishing. Percy first, said Mrs. Weasley, looking nervously at the clock overhead, which showed they had only had 5 minutes to disappear casually through the barrier. Un momento. Percy strode briskly forward and vanished. Mr. Weasley went next. Fred and George followed. Wahoo! I'll take a genie, and you two come out right after us, Mrs. Weasley told Harry and Ron, grabbing Ginny's hand and setting off. In the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Like you said, I'm sorry. It just sounded like you said, I'll take a genie.
I'll take a genie. That is what I said. That's how you say it like a Luigi. Yahoo! Let's go together. We've only got a minute, Ron said to Harry. Harry made sure that Hedwig's case was safely wedged on top of his trunk and wheeled his trolley around to face the barrier. He felt perfectly confident. This wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as using a flu powder. Both of them bent low over the handles of their trolleys and walked out purposefully towards the barrier. Gathering speed, a few feet away from it, they broke into a run and a crash. Mamma mia! Both trolleys hit the barrier and bounced backward. Ron's trunk fell off with a loud thump. Harry was knocked off his feet. And the timer is done.
Oh, jeez.
I needed to do it more nasally. Luigi is very up in the nose. Next time. The next time.
I'm okay.
I'm so glad I didn't have to do Wario today. I'll try not to, Panda. I'll get better. I need to practice their voices a little bit.
It's been a hot minute.
It's been a minute since I've heard Luigi's voice even. I can't remember quite what he sounded like except for the gibberish he speaks in some of the games. I don't think let's see. Harry was knocked on his feet and Hedwig's cage bounced onto the shiny floor and she rolled away, shrieking indignantly. People all around them stared as a guard nearby yelled, "What in place do you think you're doing?" "Sorry, lost control of the trolley," Harry gasped, touching his ribs as he got up. Ron ran to pick up Hedwig, who was causing such a scene that there was a lot of muttering about cruelty to animals from the surrounding crowd. "Why can't we get through?" Harry hissed to Ron. "I don't know." Ron and Charlie flocked wildly around. A dozen curious people were still watching them. "We're going to miss the train," Ron whispered. "I don't understand why the gateway sealed itself." Harry looked at the giant clock with a sickening feeling to put it in like 10 seconds, 9 seconds. He wheeled his trolley forward cautiously until it was right against the barrier and pushed with all his might. The metal remained solid. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. "It's gone," said Ron, setting sun. "The train's left. What if Mum and Dad can't get back through to us? Have you got any muggle money?" Harry gave a hollow laugh. "The Tersleys haven't given me pocket money for about 6 years." Ron pressed his ear to the cold barrier. "Can't hear a thing," he said tensely. "What are we gonna do? I don't know how long it'll take Mom and Dad to get back to us." He looked around. People were still watching them, mainly because of Hedwig's continued screeches. "I think we better go and wait by the car," said Harry. "We're attracting too much attention." "Hurry!" said Ron, his eyes gleaming. "The car!" "What about it?" "We can fly the car to Hogwarts, but I thought we're stuck, right? And we've got to get to school, haven't we? And even underage wizards are allowed to use magic if it's a real emergency, Section 19 or something of the restriction of thingy. But your mum and dad," said Harry, pushing against the barrier again in the vain hope that it would give away. "How will they get home?" "They don't need the car," said Ron impatiently. "They know how to apparate. Just vanish and reappear at home. They only bother with flu powder and the car because we're all underage and we're not allowed to apparate yet." Harry's feeling of panic turned suddenly to excitement. "Can you fly it?" "No problem," said Ron, wheeling his trolley around to face the exit. "Come on, let's go."
Hold on. So, that whole paragraph about apparition and flu powder is not in my book.
What?
So I'm going to flip my book to the screen. So on page 56 for me, it's, "What about it? We can fly the car to Hogwarts." But I thought, we're stuck, right? And we've got to get to school, haven't we? And even underage wizards are allowed to use magic if it's a real emergency, Section 19 or something of the restriction of thingy. Harry's feeling of panic turned suddenly to excitement. "You can fly it." "No problem," said Ron, wheeling his trolley around to face the exit. "Come on, let's go. If we hurry, we'll be able to follow the Hogwarts Express." Look, it's complete. Let's see fiddle focus.
Okay. Here's a thought. My version is the Kindle version, which means it could have been updated, once apparition was an established canon thing.
Yeah, my book, it doesn't have it.
How old is your book? Because, if it was done before apparition was officially a canon thing, I want to say book 5 the latest. Maybe earlier, but book 5 is the earliest I can think it would, or is the latest I think it would be.
This is a 2004 printed edition.
2004, let's see. When did Harry Potter 5 book come out? No, that doesn't make sense because it came out in 2003, and that's the latest that Apparition would have.
Yeah, that whole section is completely missing from my book. Like, it's not, that whole paragraph, it doesn't exist. And I'm trying to follow it, I'm like, where is he getting these words from? They're not here.
Book. Apparate section.
Yeah, because for me it's page 56, and it's, that whole thing isn't there.
Let's see. Okay, so it says technically the third book is when Prisoner of Azkaban is when the word apparate first actually appears in a book. But the Scholastic version, which I believe is the US version,
mine is
edited it.
Mine's Bloomsbury.
Yes, okay. The British version is printed by Bloomsbury, and the American versions are printed by Scholastic. And Scholastic was the one who added in Apparition, it looks like. I'm going to send you a link in just a second, if I can, of Harry Potter and the Transfiguration of Language, comparison between UK and US versions. It shows every single instance of changes, and that could be interesting to look at.
It could be. I'll just have to sit there and, you know.
I'm definitely gonna sit there and look through it all, because that's really...
Yeah, that whole section is just missing.
Scholastic must have gone through, and like, I suppose book 3 must have been out when Scholastic was printing book 2.
Must have.
Because there's no way the word apparate would appear in a book unless it was already in another book somewhere, and I imagine Bloomsburg probably printed out book 3.
Give me 1 second. Let me go grab my other copy of Chamber. I have 3 copies of Chamber of Secrets. Let me go grab them all.
Oh, yeah, find out who printed what. Meanwhile, me and my chat are gonna kind of jam out to some electro elevator music. Ballroom beat bonanza. I like this. It's really fun. I could totally dance to. I know a few ballroom steps, and I could totally do some ballroom steps. Cha cha cha.
Okay. So I've got 2 that are Bloomsbury and 1 that is Scholastic.
Ooh, okay.
So I have a 2004 printing, which is the one we're reading out of. It's my hardcover adult edition.
Page 69 in the Scholar is Scholastic, I believe is what it is.
I have to check my
Or 89.
okay. So
yes, 69.
Let me find the cover for this one. Because all the covers are very different, and people really like to see the different covers that I have.
That's true.
So I have, which is weird that I have 3 full sets of the books. Yes, I'm aware, it's bizarre.
It's collector's edition. My brother's friend does the same thing. He actually owns the picture book versions of them too.
I want those so bad!
Oh my gosh, the first one looks so pretty, and he's so excited for the second one to come out.
Okay. So this is the one I'm currently reading from. This is Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets adult art hardcover.
Right.
This is 2004 printed, so this is the one I'm currently reading from that is different than yours.
Can you send me pictures of those, by the way, later?
I can.
Like, you don't do it right now, but just after the stream, those are gorgeous.
This is my original copy of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
Right.
It is a Scholastic. It was printed in 1998. So this is a first edition. So we're gonna go to. Oh, it is all kinds of janky. Like this book has been loved. Okay, so let's go to page 56.
Oh, 69.
No. 56.
Oh, it is 56?
Yep. It's not here either.
Like, it has all the surrounding text and everything, but not that?
Not that. It's still not here.
Huh.
And then let's go to, so these are the older. This one is the box set, Harry Potter and Chamber of Secrets. The green screen is absolutely loving the art on this cover, but
I'm sure.
It is glorious. It's even got a Dobby on the back. This one was printed. I'm trying not to break the spine because this book has never been read. It's even got like full Hogwarts ground map in it.
Oh, wow.
Smells like new books. Book nerds candle scent. This is a Bloomsbury printing, and it was printed in 2014. So let's go to page 56 without breaking the spine. Oh god, okay, so 69 you said?
Yeah, for me it's on page 69, or at least that's what it shows on the kind of the Kindle edition a little bit.
Okay. Nope, not here either.
So it just says, but your mom and dad, how will they get home? It
says, I don't know how long it'll take mom and dad to get back to us. They looked around, people were, what about the car? What is it? We can fly the car to Hogwarts. But I thought, we're stuck, right? And we've got to get to school, haven't we? Even underage wizards are allowed to use magic if it's a real emergency situation. Section 19 something of the restriction thingy. Harry's feeling of panic suddenly turned to excitement. You can fly it? No problem, said Ron, wheeling his trolley around to face the exit. Come on, let's go. If we hurry, we'll be able to follow the Hogwarts Express. Yeah, that whole paragraph isn't there in any of the editions that I have. And I have 3. Yeah, so in all 3...
I'm not sure how I feel about that. That's really weird.
Of the editions I have, that is not there.
New edition too. Like,
this is not that old.
No, I mean, mysteries. Book mysteries.
Like, is the Kindle edition different? I don't know.
I guess it is. It must be somehow. I'll have to look into this. Okay, let's keep going for now, but I'm gonna look into that later.
Sorry, it was just weird. The whole section was missing.
And the whole section's added in. Okay, sorry, my brain is like
not
that. Books are different.
Well.
No problem, said Ron, willing as Troy ran to face the exit. Come on, let's go. If we hurry, we'll be able to follow the Hogwarts Express. As they marched off through the crowd of curious muggles out of the station and back onto the side road where the Ford Anglia was parked, Ron unlocked the cavernous trunk with a series of taps from his wand. They heaved their luggage back in, put Hedwig in the back seat, and got onto the front. Check that no one's watching, said Ron, started the ignition with another tap of his wand. Harry stuck his head out of the window. Traffic was rumbling along the main road ahead, but their street was empty. Okay, he said. Ron pressed a tiny silver button on the dashboard. The car around them vanished. So did they. Harry could feel the seat vibrating beneath him, hear the engine, feel his hands on his knees, and his glasses on his nose, but for all he could see, he'd become a pair of eyeballs floating a few feet above the ground in a dingy street full of parked cars. Let's go, said Ron's voice from his right. And the ground and the dirty buildings on either side fell away, dropping out of sight as the car rose. In seconds, the whole of London lay, smoky and glittering below them. There was a popping sound, and the car, Harry, and Ron reappeared. Was Ron jabbing at the invisibility booster? It's faulty! Both of them pummeled it. The car vanished. Then it put it back in. Hold on, said Ron as he slammed his foot on the accelerator. They shot straight into the low, woolly clouds and everything turned dull and foggy. Now what? Said Harry, blinking at the solid, massive clouds pressing in on them from all sides. We need to see the train to know what direction to go in, said Ron. Get back down again, quickly. They dropped back beneath the clouds and twisted around their seats, squinting at the ground. I can see it! Harry yelled. Right ahead, there! The Hogwarts Express was streaking along below them like a scarlet snake. Do not, said Ron, checking his compass on the dashboard. Okay, we'll just have to check on it every half hour or so. Hold on. And they shot up through the clouds. A minute later, they burst out into a blaze of sunlight. It was a different world. The wheels of the car skimmed the sea of fluffy clouds. The sky a bright endless blue under the blinding white sun. All we got to worry about now are airplanes, said Ron. Airplane? You could have just taken it there. They looked at each other and started to laugh. For a long time, they couldn't stop. It was though they had been plunged into a fabulous dream. This, thought Harry, was surely the only way to travel. Past swirls and turrets of snowy clouds, in a car full of hot, bright sunlight, and a fat pack of toffees in the left compartment. And the prospect of seeing Fred's and George's jealous faces moving out smoothly and spectacularly on the sweeping lawn in front of Hogwarts Castle. They made regular checks on the train as they flew farther and farther north, each dip beneath the clouds showing them a different view. London was soon far behind them, replaced by neat green fields that gave way to wide, purplish moors, a great city alive with cars like multicolored ants, villages with tiny toy churches. Several uneventful hours later, however, Harry had to admit that some of the fun was wearing off. The toffees had made them extremely thirsty, and they had nothing to drink. He and Ron had pulled off their sweaters, but Harry's t-shirt kept sticking to the back of his seat, and his glasses kept sliding down on the end of his sweaty nose. He had stopped noticing the fantastic cloud shapes now and was thinking longingly of the train below where you could buy ice-cold pumpkin juice from a trolley pushed by a plump witch. Why hadn't they been able to get onto platform 9 3/4? Can't be much farther, can it? Croaked Ron, hours later still, as the sun started to sink into their floor of cloud, staining it a deep pink. Ready for another check on the train? Oh. Sorry, can you give me 1 second?
Absolutely.
We have a friend in the chat that I need to quickly bump out as fast as I can.
Oh, get him.
Hello, friend. Hello, Bundle Stinger. Guess what? You're not allowed here. You are a bad. You are a bad. You are a bad. This you, sir. as spam or malicious links, or a bot account. This is a bot account. This is definitely a bot account, friend.
Are they trying to sell you followers?
Hello, if you need free and high quality service to increase your viewers, check streamdetails.com. Top streamers already use it. Non-binary pride. It says, hold on. Hello, if you need real, free, and high quality service to increase your view dash check. They didn't even actually make the website so that it wouldn't catch the links on them. They spelled it all weird. Top streamers already use it. Exclamation point. Non-binary pride. How dare you fly that flag?
Right,
Blocked.
Anger.
I'm trying to figure out how I ban people from my chat now, though.
/ban and then username.
Ah, neat.
/ban space username.
/ban username bundle stinger and reason.
Poohead.
You're a bot. Get out of here. You can also enable little icons and just press a button. I don't know how to do that right now, and I just wanted to make sure I got them out of here. They out of here.
Hooray.
Don't come back again.
Hooray, goodbye.
Stinky little bot, you stink. You stink like poo.
Knock on wood.
You stink.
It's been
like
a while
poopy.
since I've been bot spammed.
Yeah. Well, the last time was terrible, so I'm glad you haven't been bot spammed or anything else at all.
That was the most horrifying stream ever.
Ugh, it just sounds rough. I'm so sorry. But hey, you got rid of them.
That took us a hot minute to get rid of them. That was the hate raid.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. It was still right below them, winding its way past a snow-capped mountain. It was much darker beneath the canopy of clouds. Ron put his foot on the accelerator and drove them upward again, but as he did so, the engine began to whine. Harry and Ron exchanged nervous glances. Probably just tired, said Ron. Never been this far before. And they both pretended not to notice the whining growing louder and louder as the sky became steadily darker. Stars were blossoming in the blackness. Harry pulled his sweater back on, trying to ignore the way the windshield wipers were now waving feebly as though in protest. Not far, said Ron, more to the car than to Harry. Not far now, and he patted the dashboard nervously. When they flew back beneath the clouds a little while later, they had to squint through the darkness for a landmark they knew. There! Harry shouted, making Ron and Hedwig jump. Straight ahead! Silhouetted on the dark horizon, high on the cliff over the lake, stood the many turrets and towers of Hogwarts Castle. But the car began to shudder and was losing speed. Come on, Ron said cajolingly, giving the steering wheel a little shake. Nearly there, come on! The engine groaned. Narrow jets of steam were issuing from under the hood. Harry found himself gripping the edges of his seats very hard as they flew toward the lake. The car gave a nasty wobble. Glancing out of his window, Harry saw the smooth, black, glassy surface of the water a mile below. Ron's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. The car wobbled again. Come on, Ron muttered. They were over the lake. The castle was right ahead. Ron put his foot down. There was a loud clunk, a splutter, and the engine died completely. Uh-oh, said Ron into the collapse. The nose of the car dropped. They were falling, gathering speed, heading straight for the solid castle wall. No! Ron yelled, swinging the steering wheel around. They missed the dark stone wall by inches as the car turned in a great arc. soaring over the dark greenhouses, then the vegetable patch, and then all through the black lawns, losing altitude all the time. Ron let go of the steering wheel completely and pulled his wand out of his back pocket. Stop! Stop! He yelled, whacking it.
You okay?
My voice. Just a little rusty. Whacked the dashboard and the windshield, but they were still plummeting, the ground flying up toward them. Watch out for that tree, Harry bellowed, lunging for the steering wheel, but too late. Crunch. With a near splitting bang of metal and wood, they hit the thick tree trunk and dropped to the ground with a heavy jolt. Steam was billowing from under the crumpled hood. Hedwig was shrieking in terror. A golf ball-sized lump was throbbing on Harry's head, where he had hit the windshield, and to his right, Ron let out a despairing groan. Are you okay? Harry said urgently. My what? Said Ron in a shaky voice. Look at my what? Sorry, I'm just imagining Mom in this movie now. Sorry, my voice is like threatening to make a cough again.
I know, we're almost there.
Almost there, almost there.
I can take over if you need me to.
Nope, I got it. I just gotta hurry and do just a breathing exercise super quick. That'll be good. Okay. And also my wife is like, can you be quieter? Sorry.
Book club gets rambunctious.
Ron gasped, staring through the windshield. Let's see. My wall! Look at it snapped almost in two. The tip was dangling limply, held on by a few splinters. Harry opened his mouth to say he was sure they'd be able to mend it up at the school, but he never even got started. That moment, something hit his side of the car with the force of a charging bull, sending him lurching sideways into Ron, just as an equally heavy blow hit the roof. What's happened? Ron gasped, staring through the windshield, and Harry looked around just in time to see a branch as thick as a python smash into it. The tree they had hit was attacking them. Its trunk was bent almost double, and its yard valves were pummeling every inch of the car it could reach. Ah! Said Ron as another twisted limb punched Ron's Tiffany's door. The windshield was now trembling under a hail of blows from knuckle-like twigs, and a branch as thick as a battering ram was pounding furiously on the roof, which seemed to be caving. Run for it! Ron yelled, or shouted, throwing his full weight against his door. But next second, he had been knocked backward into Harry's lap by a violent uppercut from another branch. You're done for, he moaned as the ceiling sagged, but suddenly the floor of the car was vibrating. The engine had restarted. Reverse! Harry yelled, and the car shot backward. The tree was still trying to hit them. They could hear its roots creaking as it almost ripped itself up, lashing out at them as they sped out of reach. That, panted Ron, was close. Well done, caught. The car, however, had reached the end of its tether. With two sharp clunks, the door flew open, and Harry felt his seat tip sideways. Next thing he knew, he was sprawled on the damp ground. Loud thuds told him that the car was ejecting the luggage from the trunk. Hedwig's cage flew through the air and burst open. She rose out of it with an angry screech and sped off toward the castle without a backward look. Then, dented, scratched, and seaming, the car rumbled off into the darkness, its rear lights blazing angrily. Come back! Ron yelled after it, brandishing his broken wand. That'll kill me! But the car disappeared from view with one last snort from its exhaust. Can you believe our luck? Said Ron miserably, bending down to pick up Scabbers. All the trees we could have hit, we had to get one that hit back. He glanced over his shoulder at the ancient tree, which was still flailing its branches threateningly. Come on, said Harry wearily. We'd better get back up to the school. It wasn't at all the triumphant arrival they had pictured. Stiff, cold, and bruised, they seized the ends of their trunks and began dragging them up the grassy slope towards the great oak front doors. I think the feast's already started, said Ron, dropping his trunk at the foot of the front steps and crossing quietly to look through the brightly lit window. Hey, Harry, come and look. It's a sorting. Harry hurried over, and together he and Ron peered in at the great hall. Innumerable candles were hovering in midair over 4 long crowded tables, making golden plates and goblets sparkle. Overhead, the bewitched ceiling, which always mirrored the sky outside, sparkled with stars. Through the forest of pointed black Hogwarts hats, Harry saw a long line of scared-looking first years filling into the hall. Ginny was among them, easily visible because of her vivid Weasley hair. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, a bespectacled witch with her hair in a tight bun, was placing the famous Hogwarts sorting hat on a stool before the newcomers. Every year, this age-old hat, patched, frayed, and dirty, sorted new students into the 4 Hogwarts houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Harry well remembered putting it on exactly 1 year ago and waiting, petrified for it because it muttered aloud in his ears. For a few horrible seconds, it appeared that the hat was going to kill Slytherin, the house that had turned out more dark witches and wizards than any other. But he had ended up at Hogwarts along with Ron, Hermione, and the rest of the Weasleys. Last term, Harry and Ron had helped Gryffindor win the house championship, and Hermione beating Slytherin for the first time in 7 years. A very small, mousy-haired boy had been called forward to place the hat on his head. Harry's eyes wandered past him to where Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster, sat watching the sorting from the staff table. His long silver beard and half-moon glasses shining brightly in the candlelight. Several seats along, Harry saw Gilderoy Lockhart in robes of aquamarine. And there, at the end of the goblet, there at the end was Hagrid, using Harry, drinking deeply from his goblet. Harry muttered to Ron, "Maybe chair at the staff table. Where's Snape?" Professor Severus Snape was Harry's least favorite teacher. Harry also happened to be Snape's least favorite student, cruel, sarcastic, and disliked by everybody except the students from his own house, Slytherin. Snape taught potions. "Maybe he's ill," said Ron hopefully. "Maybe he's left," said Harry, "because he missed out on the defensive dark arts job again." "Or he might have been sacked," said Ron enthusiastically. "I mean, everyone hates him." "Or maybe," said a very cold voice right behind them. He's waiting to hear why you two didn't arrive on the school train." Harry spun around. There, his black robes rippling in a cold breeze, stood Severus Snape. He was a thin man with sallow skin, a hooked nose, and greasy, shoulder-length black hair. And at this moment, he was smiling in a way that told Harry he and Ron were in very deep trouble. "Follow me," said Snape. I love doing his voice. Not daring even to look at each other, Harry and Ron followed Snape up the steps into the vast, echoing entrance hall, which was lit with flaming torches. A delicious smell of food was wafting from the great hall, but Snape led them away from the warmth and light, down a narrow stone staircase that led into the dungeons. "In," he said, opening a door halfway down the cold passageway and pointing. They entered Snape's office, shivering. The shadowy walls were lined with shelves of large glass jars, in which floated all manner of revolting things. Harry didn't really want to know the name of it at the moment. The fireplace was dark and empty. Snape closed the door and turned to look at them. "So," he said softly, "the train wasn't good enough for the famous Harry Potter and his youthful sidekick Weasley. Wanted to arrive with a bang, you boys." "No, sir. It was the barrier at King's Cross. Silence," said Snape coldly. "What have you done with the car?" Ron gulped. This wasn't the first time Snape had given Harry the impression of being able to read minds, but a moment later he understood as Snape unrolled today's issue of the Evening Prophet. "You was seen," he hissed, showing them the headline. "Flying Ford Anglia mystifies Muggles." He began to read aloud. "Two Muggles in London convinced they saw an old car flying over the post office tower. At noon in Norfolk, Mrs. Hetty Bayliss, while hanging out her washing. Mr. Angus Fleet of Peebles reported to police. 6 or 7 Muggles in all. I believe your father works in the Mistress of Muggle Artifacts office," he said, looking up at Ron and smiling still more nastily. Dear, dear, his own son. Harry felt as though he'd just been walloped in the stomach by one of the mad tree's larger branches. If anyone found out Mr. Weasley had bewitched the car, he hadn't thought of that. "I noticed in my search of the park that considerable damage seems to have been done to a very valuable Whomping Willow," Snape went on. "But treated more damage to us than we—" "Silence!" snapped Snape again. "Most unfortunately, you are not in my house, and the decision to expel you does not rest with me. I shall go and fetch the people who do have that happy power. You will wait sneer. Snape and Ron stared at each other, white-faced. Harry didn't feel hungry anymore. He now felt extremely sick. He tried not to look... Oh, crap, I lost my plot! He tried not to look at a large, slimy something suspended in green liquid on a shelf behind Snape's desk. If Snape had gone to fetch Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House, they were hardly any better off. She might be fairer than Snape, but she was still extremely strict. 10 minutes later, Snape returned, and sure enough, it was Professor McGonagall who accompanied him. Harry had seen Professor McGonagall angry on several occasions, but either he had forgotten just how thin her mouth could go, or he had never seen her this angry before. She raised her wand the moment she entered. Harry and Ron both flinched, but she merely pointed it at the empty fireplace where flames suddenly erupted. "Sit," she said, and they both backed into the chairs by the fire. "Explain," she said, her glasses glinting ominously. Ron launched into the story, starting with the barrier at the station, refusing to let them through. "So we had no choice, Professor. We couldn't take the train. Why didn't you send us letter by owl? I believe you have an owl," Professor McGonagall said coldly to Harry. Ooh, weird. Oh, never mind, that's a cursor. I thought there was an eye. Harry gaped at her. Now she said it. That seemed the obvious thing to have done. "I didn't think that," said Professor McGonagall. "It's obvious." There was a knock on the door, and Snape, now looking happier than ever, opened it. There stood the headmaster, Professor McGonagall. Harry's whole body went numb. Dumbledore was looking unusually grave. He stared down his very crooked nose at them, and Harry suddenly found himself wishing he and Ron were still being beaten there up by the Whomping Willow. There was a long silence, then Dumbledore said, "Please explain why you did this." It would have been better if he had shouted. Harry hated the disappointment in his voice. For some reason, he was unable to look Dumbledore in the eyes, and spoke instead to his knees. He told Dumbledore everything except that Mr. Weasley owned the bewitched car, making it sound as though he and Ron had happened to find a flying car parked outside the station. He knew Dumbledore would see through this at once, but Dumbledore asked no questions about the car. When Harry had finished, he merely continued to peer at them through his spectacles. "We'll go and get our stuff," said Ron in a hopeless sort of voice. "What are you talking about, Weasley?" barked Professor McGonagall. "Well, you're expelling us, aren't you?" said Ron. Harry looked quickly at Dumbledore. "Not today, Mr. Weasley," said Dumbledore. "But I must impress upon you both. I must impress upon both of you the seriousness of what you have done. I will be writing to both your families tonight. The Dursleys will not care. I must also warn you that if you do anything like this again, I will have no choice but to expel you." Snape looked as though Christmas had been cancelled. He cleared his throat and said, "Professor Dumbledore, these boys have flouted the decree for the restriction of underage wizardry, caused serious damage to an old and valuable tree. Surely acts of this nature, it will be for Professor McGonagall to decide on these boys' punishments, Severus," said Dumbledore calmly. "They are in her house, and are therefore her responsibility." He turned to Professor McGonagall. "I must go back to the Feast of Minerva. I've got to give out a few notices. Come, Severus. There's a delicious-looking custard tart I want to sample." Snape shot a look of pure venom at Harry and Ron as he allowed himself to be swept out of his office, leaving them alone with Professor McGonagall, who was still eyeing them like a wrathful eagle. "You'd better get along to the hospital when Weasley you're bleeding." "Not much," said Ron, hastily wiping the cutout over his eye with his sleeve. "Professor, I wanted to watch my sister being sorted. The sorting ceremony is over," said Professor McGonagall. "Your sister is also in Slytherin." "Oh, good," said Ron.
Gryffindor?
And in Gryffindor. Yes, no, Ginny's in Slytherin now in my headcanon, thank you so much. "Oh, good," said Ron. "And speaking of Gryffindor," Professor McGonagall said sharply, but Harry cut in, "Professor, when we took the card to and started, so Gryffindor shouldn't really have points taken from it. Should it?" he finished, watching her anxiously. Professor McGonagall gave him a piercing look, but he was sure she had almost smiled. Her mouth looked less thin anyway. "I will not take any points from Gryffindor," she said, and Harry's heart lightened considerably. "But you will both get detention." It was better than Harry had expected. As for Dumbledore's Friday to the Dursleys, that was nothing. Harry knew perfectly well they'd just be disappointed that the Whomping Willow hadn't squashed him flat. Professor McGonagall raised her wand again and pointed it at Snape's desk. A large plate of sandwiches, 2 silver goblets, and a jug of iced pumpkin juice appeared with a pop. Oh, we will eat here and then go straight up to your dormitory, she said. I must also return to the feast. When the door had closed behind her, Ron let out a low, long whistle. But we had it, he said, grabbing a sandwich. So did I, said Harry, taking one too. Can you believe our luck, though? Said Ron, thickly through a mouthful of chicken and ham. Fred George must have thrown that car 5 or 6 times and no more oversaw them. He swallowed and took another huge bite. Why couldn't we get through the barrier? Harry shrugged. We'll have to watch our step from now on, though, he said, taking a grateful swig of pumpkin juice. Wish we could have gone up to the feast. She didn't want us showing off, said Ron sagely. Doesn't want people to think it's clever arriving by flying car. When they had eaten as many sandwiches as they could, the plate kept refilling itself. McGonagall, I'm so sweet. They rose and left the office, treading the familiar path to Gryffindor Tower. The castle was quiet. It seemed that the feast was over. They walked past, muttering portraits and creaking suits of armor, and climbed narrow flights of stone stairs until at last they reached the passage where the secret entrance to Gryffindor Tower was hidden, behind an oil painting of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. Password? She said as they approached. Said Harry. They didn't know the New Year's password, not having met a Gryffindor prefect yet, but help came almost immediately. They heard hurrying feet behind them and turned to see Hermione dashing towards them. There you are! Where have you been? The most ridiculous rumor. Someone said you'd been expelled for crashing a flying car. Well, we haven't been expelled, Harry reassured her. You're not telling me you did fly here, said Hermione, sounding almost as severe as Professor McGonagall. Skip the lecture, said Ron impatiently, and tell us the new password. It's Wattlebird, said Hermione impatiently, but that's not the point. Her words were cut short, however, as the portrait of the fat lady swung open, and there was a sudden storm of clapping. It looked as though the whole Gryffindor house was still awake, packed into the circular common room, standing on the lopsided tables and squishy armchairs, waiting for them to arrive. Arms reached the portrait hole to pull Harry and Ron inside, leaving Hermione to scramble in after them. Brilliant, yelled Lee Jordan. Inspired! What an entrance! Flung and called right into the Whomping Willow. People will be talking to that one for years. Good for you, said a 5th year Harry had never spoken to. Someone was patting on the back as though he just run a marathon. Fred and George pushed their way to the front of the crowd and said, Why couldn't we have come in the car, eh? Ron was scarlet in the face, grinning embarrassedly, but Harry could see one person who didn't look happy at all. Percy was visible over the heads of some excited first years, and he seemed to be trying to get near enough to start telling them off. Harry nudged Ron in the ribs and nodded in Percy's direction. Ron got the point at once. I gotta go upstairs, bit tired, he said. And the two of them started pushing their way towards the door on the other side of the room, which led to a spiral staircase and the dormitories. Night, Harry called out back to Hermione, who was wearing a scowl just like Percy's. They managed to get to the other side of the common room, still having their backs slapped and gaining the piece of the staircase. They hurried up it, right to the top, and at last reached the door of their old dormitory, which now had a sign on it saying second years. They entered the familiar circular room with its 5 four-posters hung with red velvet and its high, narrow windows. Their trunks had been brought up for them and stood at the end of their beds. Ron grinned guiltily at Harry. I know I shouldn't have enjoyed that or anything, but the dormitory door flew open and in came the other second-year Gryffindor boys, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom. Unbelievable! Beamed Dean. Cool, said Dean. Amazing, said Neville, awestruck. Harry couldn't help it. He grinned too. End of chapter.
End of Chapitar. We did it.
We did it.
We got a portion of the way through the book.
Hey, 4 chapters in, not bad.
We're in chapter 6.
Yeah, oh, that's right, we are in chapter 6.
We did the thing.
We did the thing.
We will need to arrange a time to do the next one.
Yes, we will. Probably back on Mondays again, I'm sure. But
Mondays are cool.
Mondays are cool with me.
Mondays are cool. Oh, that was fun.
That was a lot of fun. I missed that.
I miss book club. And all the things that book club can be.
But man, I also forgot how much it kind of wipes you out a little bit.
It does. It does. I could stream for 6 hours playing a video game and I'm good. 4 hours of book club, I'm wiped.
Even almost like 2 hours of book club, I'm like, I'm done.
Right, but we push through. We do it. I mean, if we were reading constantly, it would be different, but we break it up, so.
We break it up, too, which is definitely nice. We're just kind of like, we're not going to kill ourselves today.
No, we get to where we get to, and it takes how long it takes. Like, I mean, we're here for a good time, not for a long time, so we're just going to do what we do.
We're here for a good time. We're here for a good time, Panda, and good for all the other stuff. So it's really good.
Yeah. So, Monday. Monster Truck. Hell yeah. We'll start chapter 6, see what kind of shenanigans we can get ourselves into. Next time I might make a tea. Soothe my throat a little bit.
Idea, actually. Have like a warm tea to sip.
Yes. I want to get one of those USB mug warmers that sits on my desk so that I can set the teacup, my mug on the mug warmer and it keeps my tea warm.
Just get a USB kettle.
No. Me and putting anything water related like that near my computer, given my ability to fall off of flat surfaces, is probably not ideal.
That's true. Maybe like a USB to like watt power. Like you can just plug anything into your computer instead of just like.
I have a table that sits next to me. Like I have an end table that I suppose for Mondays I can just shove everything over to a side, put the kettle, and then a little thing of milk, and the tea, and the little thing of sugar, and just set up like this tea station on this table.
That could be actually really classy. And get like a nice little teacup and stuff like that.
Oh, that is not something I don't have.
That is not something you don't have.
I have all of them.
You have all the teacups?
I have a bunch of them. Yeah. It's kind of insane.
I was gonna say, I have a Hufflepuff scarf. I should wear it. Then I'm like, oh, nobody can see me. That's dumb.
I have Harry Potter socks on right now that nobody can see.
Well, then I should just wear stuff just so I can be like, I'm wearing stuff and it's nice. I like wearing stuff.
I'm not naked.
I'm not naked. That is all that's ever important to me.
I have pants.
I have clothes on.
But that is where we shall end it for today.
Indeed. I'm gonna get a raid going over here.
I'm gonna figure out where I'm sending my peoples to. Where are we going?
Should we raid the same person or should we raid some person? I guess we probably should raid the same person.
We should. Where are we going?
Do we want to try and find someone Harry Potter again, or do we want to look up? Because I don't know how many people are gonna just be like, I'm playing Harry Potter and there's something.
We got someone I got someone playing Red Dead Redemption.
Nice.
Got someone playing God of War.
What the crap is Harry Potter Magic Awakened? That sounds kind of cool.
Okay, who's that one?
No. It's not anyone playing it. It's like it's a game category.
Oh, okay. I was big confused.
Game. Okay, that kind of sounds interesting. I'll have to check that out sometime.
I got someone playing Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing?
Animal Crossing.
Animal? Who's playing Animal Crossing?
ZVCH.
ZVCH. Let me look on my ZVC. Is it somebody you know?
Someone I got Evie Lista. She's still streaming. She's doing Red Dead Redemption. We'll do Evie.
Is my friend.
Yeah, Evie's on. So let's send everyone to Evie.
Let's go send everybody to Evie. That's a good idea. Evie. I don't remember how to spell her name.
EVEELISTA.
It's just one E.
No, I'm looking at her.
No. No, it's one E at the beginning. I had two E's at the beginning.
No, Panda, we did Dash Ducks last time.
Sorry, Panda. I don't know what dash ducks anyway.
It's literally a cam that's watching ducks swim in a pond.
That's adorable.
It is.
But I want to go wait my friend because
we're gonna fire everybody over.
She was very briefly in my channel too, which was fun. So
let's fire everybody over.
I'm gonna send everybody over.
I will see. Tomorrow is Friday. I may see people tomorrow. I may not, but I will definitely see people on the Saturdays.
I may see people tomorrow too. I am working towards getting a capture card, so hopefully maybe we can get some Switch games going here.
I don't have a Switch.
I mean, for me personally.
Oh. I would play with you if I had one, but I don't.
You should get one. It's really good. That should be your next purchase. It's really fun.
It'll be what it is. But, so, we are going to fire everybody over to EV playing Red Dead Redemption. Make sure you say hi. I will see you all on Saturday. Big thanks to everyone who hung out in chat. Thank you for contributing to the Project Fund.
And thank you, Classy, for having us everything.
This was a blast. We will do it again on Monday.
We love you guys. We'll see ya.
Bye.
Bye.